Here, Mr. Estrosi, the Mayor of Nice. Thank you for the President of ICOM. After 2 years of uncertainty, of closures, it's reassuring to see you here in this amphitheater almost full. Thank you for being here. Organizing this day in Nice is an honor and a challenge. Thank you, ICOM France and Juliette in particular, for accepting our proposal. A challenge because in this troubled time it was a real challenge, but responding to challenges is what cultural institutions do, and our Museum of Sport. We've been on video conferences for some time, but I hope and trust that today will be a very rich day and will offer us a number of ways forward, because the cultural challenge is worth it. I trust that we'll be able to play together and work together, working towards the 2024 Olympic Games. Thank you all. Mrs. Juliette Raoul-Duval, President of ICOM France. Dear Christian Estrosi, Mayor of Nice, thank you very much for being with us this morning. It's a real honor for us to host you today. I prepared a few words, but I couldn't find them. Thank you for being with us today. And this evening, you will also be hosting us at the Masséna Palace, and I think that's a really great opportunity that we have together. And there's the Promenade des Anglais, which has been listed on the UNESCO Heritage List since July. We're really very glad to be hosted today in this way here. I'm very sorry, I'm just going to improvise. I can't find my notes. I also want to say thank you to Monsieur Pierre-Yves Berenguer, who's with us on video conference, who has been appointed to handle cultural and sport relationships as part of the preparation of the Olympic Games. I think it's really very important that he accepted to be with us today and to speak to us today. We made a deliberate choice to be at the National Sport Museum in this period where we realized to what extent the Olympic Games are going to be so important for all of us. And this afternoon we'll be having a session on social life, culture, and museums, what they have in common. And this will help us to move forward out of this crisis that we've been in. I just want to thank the museums that are hosting us this morning. Marie Grasse, Director of the National Sport Museum, thank you for hosting this event this morning. You know that we have so much esteem for you. Marie is the treasurer of ICOM France. We want to thank all of her teams who've been working to host us today. I'm thinking in particular of Pascal Marchand, Thomas, and the rest of the team. Thank you for all of your collective efforts. You've put a lot of work into making today happen. I'd also like to thank Anne Dupfer, the Director of Maritime Museums. I saw her a little earlier in the room. Since the beginning of our organization of this session here in Nice, she's been contributing to the whole program, the scientific and cultural program of this day, and you will see how valuable that contribution has been. Thank you so much, Anne Dupfer, for all of your investment. And thank you as well to Bertrand, who directs the Museum of the City of Nice, and who will be moderating one of the sessions later on today, and also will be taking us on professional tours tomorrow, which I think you're really going to enjoy. Mr. Estrosi, Mayor of Nice, thank you once again for being with us. In just a few minutes, we're going to hear a video.
Oui, bonjour à tous. Pierre-Yves Béranguet, je tiens à vous
Good
remercier.
morning, everybody. I'm Pierre-Yves Béranguet. Thank you for inviting the 2024 Olympic Games Organizing Committee to take part. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, very good. I will continue. Thank you, Mr. Estrosi, Mayor of Nice, and the President of ICOM International and the President of ICOM France and Marie-Grace for this invitation. The culture operations of Paris 24 has as a foundation the link between culture and sport. I don't know if I can manipulate my PowerPoint. Thank you. Maybe it would be good if I could control the slides, because what I wanted to just remind us of is the scale of this event for all of us. 15,000 athletes from 206 nations, 32 Olympic sports, 22 Paralympic sports, 4 billion televiewers, 20,000 journalists, 50,000 volunteers who will be recruited from the end of 2022, 13 million audience members, and 15 million viewers of the flame relay. I can't see the slides very well, sorry. And this is an amazing experience. An opportunity in France is that, unlike what happened in Japan, they are very popular in France. In France, 89% of under 35s are in favor of the organization of the Games. So here's the budget. 97% of the budget comes from the private sector. The total budget is 3.9 billion euros divided into 3 parts. Contributions from the International Olympic Committee of 1.2, and then 1.3 for ticketing and merchandising, and then 1.1 billion from Paris 2024 partners. In terms of the location, beyond the sporting venues, we've tried to develop an outside of venue experience, and we want sport to come into public spaces. And you can see this here for urban sports, and then there's going to be beach volleyball on the Champ de Mars. We can go quickly over these slides. Some surfing in Tahiti, horse riding in Versailles, and sailing in Marseille. This is where the main competitions will be taking place. So we want to put culture in the heart of the Games. What does that mean? Thank you very much. Bringing together the sports movement and the culture ecosystem is a key focus for us, bringing together artists, scientists, intellectuals with sports people and athletes to innovate and be human together. We want to develop a cultural narrative of the Games with 3 sections linked to the International Olympic Committee. because each local Olympic committee works across these three phases: engagement, celebration, and heritage. These all contain cultural elements that I'm going to explain now. For us, this cultural narrative, as we come out of these 2 very difficult years, is about talking together, sharing meaning together, sharing stories together. There are 3 key ideas behind what we're doing. It's about passing on to others, working on an intergenerational approach, bringing up a new generation of artists, and as a new generation of athletes arises, we want to provoke in the positive sense, provoke the unexpected emotion, discussions. We want to tell stories, to create mythologies, and we want to welcome, host. Hospitality is a key part of Olympics and the Paralympics. How can we share and host the cultures of the world? So the first main program that we need to develop is the Cultural Olympiad, which will be starting in September 2021 up to September 2024. We're now in the first phase over these 4 months now, which we're launching, and we're seeking to see shows and artistic and exhibition events developed around the nation, around the country, increasingly so up to 2024. This is going to reflect the diversity. We've got a Paralympic focus with its own cultural operations. We're going to be working on hosting athletes in a cultural and artistic way. Then there's going to be official posters. This is an international competition that we launched at the beginning of the year. Official films. We decided for Paris 2024 to bring together the Olympic film and the Paralympic film. There will be one film in order to represent the inclusive theme of the Games, and then memorabilia, the collection of documents and artifacts from the beginning of the application process to the end of the Olympics, which will be part of a heritage that we'll want to keep. In terms of heritage, we have something called POP 2024, which is a experiential place linked to sports in general. We want to also create a national sport observatory with a strong cultural and artistic focus, tied in with the kind of things you're doing in your museums with augmented reality, interactive approaches. We're working with the sports museum to make a cultural and scientific proposal, and we hope that we'll be able to talk more about this subsequently. Opening wide the Games. What does that mean? Through these programs, we've put in place a number of tools for the first semester of 2021, and we've launched a digital platform where we're inviting projects and initiatives. From 2021 to 2024, we want to have an artistic festival on the site of the competition. We can skip this slide, but there'll be a website dedicated to the Cultural Olympiad, of course. And then just to go a little bit quicker, I just want to present the logo of the Cultural Olympiad label, which we can put on a number of different projects without funding coming from the Cultural Olympiad. And then on the last slide, I want to just present the brand of the Cultural Olympiad, which will be put on the key projects for the main players who are working with us from 2021 to 2024. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that with your network and with Paris 2024, we have a great outreach at an international level. We can bring together artists and sports people to serve a broad audience who need to come together after these difficult years to share emotions and values. Thank you very much.
Merci. Nous avons désormais une vidéo d'Alberto.
Thank you very much. We now have a video from Alberto Garlandini, who's the president of ICOM. Dear colleagues and friends, it's a pleasure to speak to you today at the annual general meeting of ICOM France for 2021. I would like to start by thanking ICOM France and its president, Juliette Raoul-Duval, for asking me to open this session and to take part in the panel discussions that will take place today. I would like to congratulate you for organizing this hybrid event, which is really very exciting. I'm also very grateful to the National Sports Museum of Nice and the city of Nice for hosting and supporting this initiative. Throughout 2021, the conversation around COVID-19 and its impacts on museums has changed significantly. Our efforts moved from survival at the beginning to long-term sustainable change, as expressed in the title of this conference today. These museums in this unprecedented period have come together to fight together like never before. The spirit of resistance and determination that we found again at this difficult time could be compared to the experience of an athlete. We faced large obstacles, and facing these kind of difficulties, including closures of our museums for months on end, we kept our eyes fixed on the goal, ensuring that our services continue for our visitors at a time when culture was a safe refuge in the middle of the storm. Since the beginning of the pandemic, ICOM has worked hard to stabilize the ship, and we've worked to go up a gear and provide museums and museum professionals, together with policymakers, a set of resources, essential data, and monitoring of the situation, guidelines and recommendations on management, conservation, health and safety, and raising awareness. Our studies on the impact of COVID-19 have been used all around the world, providing the public with information and also policymakers, and helping them to understand the catastrophic situation that our sector is in. We also continued our work to put the needs of museums at the forefront, collaborating with other international forums, such as the G20, the OECD, and UNESCO. However, the race is not yet over. We have a marathon in front of us, and the future of our sector is at stake. It is right now that we need to take steps, bold steps, so that culture and museums can fulfill their mandate within society, preserving our cultural heritage and combating climate change. International worldwide challenges require worldwide responses so that museums can prosper in the new normal. We are going to need international cooperation. With 50,000 members around the world, ICOM is working hard to create a platform for these discussions to take place. In order to conclude, I'd like to share a quote with you which summarizes the spirit of victory we need to face the future. It comes from Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympian in history. You can't put a limit on anything. The more you dream, the farther you get. I'd like to invite you all to keep moving forward together while dreaming and reinventing our museums. Thank you very much for your attention.
La parole est désormais à Christian Estrosi, maire de Nice, président de la métropole Nice-Côte d'Azur.
Let's hand over now to Christian Estrosi, who is chairman of the Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur region and president of the Nice Metropole. I am absolutely delighted to welcome you to Nice with Robert Roux, who is my deputy responsible for the city's cultural policy. I want to thank both the chair of ICOM, Alberto Garlandini, who's just spoken, and also the chair of ICOM France, my dear friend Juliette Raoul Duval. Thank you, Marie-Grace, for hosting us here in the National Museum of Sport. She will enable all of the museum curators who are here with us today to discover this venue. It's our most recent museum. Actually, it's been quite a long time since Nice has built a museum. And on this occasion, it's something that's been being worked on for about a year and a half. I want to take the opportunity to greet Pierre-Yves Béranguet. I don't know if he's still listening. He did forget to mention that Nice is a co-organizer of the Paris 2024 Games, because we will host a number of Olympic football matches at the Allianz Arena here in Nice. I want to welcome the head of the UNESCO service. We're now fully part of UNESCO, Jerome Farrell, who is head of museums and the Minister of Culture, Catherine Magnan, who is head of cultural policy from the... Each of you, of course, honor us with your presence here today. Welcoming museum curators. They come from national or local museums that are overseen, whether they're overseen by local authorities or by the state. I'm delighted to host you. It's a real honor because you're at the heart of what we are trying to do with our different teams. And we've been trying to do this since 2008, since Nice's population gave me responsibility for their city. You are here in a building that I wanted to create when we built the Allianz Riviera Stadium as part of the number of stadiums that France needed for the Euro 2016 football competition. David Douillet, who was Minister of Sport, thought that the national museums, the National Museum of Sports that was in the Parc des Princes in Paris wasn't visible enough, didn't have a high enough profile, and so he asked for candidates from amongst the French cities to host this museum and create a new venue, both a museum and research areas alongside all the storage areas that you need for a museum. You've got a space of 5,000 square meters here. So we used the opportunity when we were building the stadium in order to host this Museum of Sport and the Chagall Museum, which is also in this space. If you have the a number of really significant symbols in that museum which help to explain some of the references that are very present in French culture. When you hear the expression in French, built like a wardrobe, I never knew why we said that. And we were at the museum and we opened a kind of wardrobe, a cabinet with these elastic things and weights to lift. We found out that Leon Gambetta had made this wardrobe, this cabinet, in order to do weightlifting and muscle building, and that expression then being built like a wardrobe stayed in the French language. I would like to mention Marie Wedgel, a triple Olympic champion, a world skiing champion. She's a close friend of mine. We have the only Olympic medal, a medal from the Games in Chile in 1964, I think. She said, "Why have you only got?" I said, "Why?" To her, "Why have you only got one left?" She said, "I was living in my villa out in the country. I had 9 Olympic medals that were there, and then one day I was burgled, and all of my Olympic medals were stolen." And the story of this medal that is here in the National Museum of Sports now has a very particular story. She said, "I was a silver medalist in Portillo, and I didn't have a gold medal for that particular competition. But about 10 or so years ago, it was found out that the gold medal winner at the time revealed that actually they weren't a woman, but actually a man. So I then was given a gold medal. The silver medal had been stolen, but there was a new gold medal. And it meant that with all of the medals that were stolen, she ended up with 1 gold medal, and she has donated. There are so many stories like this. When we hosted the starting event for the Tour de France, Marie-Grace, if you remember that, we've obviously got lots of collections, bikes from Bernardino and many other cyclists. We're going back almost to the start of the last century when cycling was starting to become a national sport. The CSO who organizes the Tour de France enabled us to have an incredible exhibition here for 4 months. And when the Qatar World Cup is happening next year, we hosted all of the architectural models that will be used for building the stadiums in Qatar. That exhibition happened last year. So this is an incredible venue for bringing sport and culture together, and that is part of our heritage. We've had this opportunity, and it's a delight to welcome you here to here. You are most of historical, cultural museums, traditional museums. So the fact that you are coming AGM in a sports museum is probably a new thing for you. So that's why we're delighted to share this venue with you. But obviously, museums have a very important place in the city of Nice. I wanted to remind you that of the 13 museums we have here, 10 are run by the city, the municipal authority. One is a departmental museum, and now we've got 2 national museums, the Chagall Museum and this National Museum of Sport. Out of the 10 municipal museums, one was created in the 19th century, the Museum of Art and Natural History. I want to move it soon and give it a more appropriate location, because its current venue is not really suited to the incredible collections. We have 2 from the 1920s, the Masséna Museum and the Fine Arts Museum, 4 from the 60s, the Ascaris Museum, the Matisse Museum, the Archaeology Museum, and one another, and then there's 3 from the 1980s, the Modern Art Museum, the Primitive Arts Museums, and the Photography Museum. So I said to myself that over the previous 30 years, there had been no new municipal museums, but in some ways, it's not really a tragic thing to note for me. You might say we might need more museums in certain areas. I think, though, that your concern and my concern today is how can we think about the museums that we currently have, national museums or museums run by local authorities. How can we bring them to life? And that's one of the questions that we're really thinking through here in Nice. One of the key factors for the appeal of Nice is our museums. I'm not saying that because you're here. I think it's important to have some key guiding principles in a big city. You could just take a scattershot approach and say, put a museum here. Should we have a small museum here? Should we have a ballet? Should we have an opera? Should we have? There's all sorts of approaches. You can take a scattergun strategy, but what city should these things be built in, and why? But when you look at cities around the world that have a real reputation for their museums, they are cities where there is a real heritage, cities which people go to for urban tourism, cities which made a real effort on the environment, even before all the IPCC reports came out. So many years ago, I had understood that mass tourism is something that damaged the city, and it wasn't really in line with our history. So I've tried to set out this guiding principle where culture, environment, business seminars and conferences and congresses needed to be a key part of our economy alongside the industrial sectors, the academic sectors, and all of this. And because all of that takes time, when someone is in power, they are obviously hoping to stay in power for a while to ensure that their plans could be put in place. And I've been lucky enough that the population of Nice has given me their votes for the last for 3 terms, so that I've been able to make this an irreversible trajectory. I've called people to support me around me. Jean-Jacques Herbon, who initially was my deputy working on the major exhibitions that we've had every 2 years. We had Matisse exhibition 1 year. We had one exhibition around the School of Nice in modern and contemporary art. With all of those efforts, I quickly concluded that we had a very cosmopolitan heritage, which is illustrated by the very different architectures of our museums created in the different eras, as I mentioned earlier. Alongside that, we also have some industrial brownfield sites. And my thought there was, instead of building new things in those areas, things that might end up being destroyed, we should there take the opportunity to promote this industrial heritage, but tie it into major cultural transformation. So that's the path that we have chosen. I heard your international chair say that it's a time for questioning things, questioning our own transformation. I completely agree with him, because this 1.5 year period has given us opportunity to think all of these things through. After having worked for more than 7 years with Jean-Jacques Ayon, who then became the chair of my committee for the UNESCO application, and having achieved the unanimous decision from UNESCO in China in July to get Nice's Promenade des Anglais as part of the World Heritage list from 1777 to 1939. Why did I talk about these dates? Because from 1760, Nice became part of the world's winter tourism destinations. Why? Louis XIV thought that we were an obstacle between the princes of Savoy and the Italians, and he decided to knock down all of the fortifications, and we became the first non-fortified city around the Mediterranean. The first Americans started to come in at that period, and this tourism started to develop, and that's why Nice became a very cosmopolitan city. We've seen Russian architecture, Victorian architecture, architecture of our university, which was built by Belgian baron, the Regina Hotel, which hosted the Queen Victoria, which is on the Cimier Hill, and it's absolutely magnificent. We've got a Imperial Palace, which became a high school where I studied, actually, above the Orthodox Cathedral, which is most beautiful building, depending on the Russian patriarchy of the Orthodox Church. We had have the cathedral that was built at the time of the Imperial Park. We've got so many examples of this, and over this 2-century period, and when Nice became part of France in 1860, because that's when Napoleon III received a reward from the king, Empress Eugenia loved Nice, so the king gave this to Napoleon III. There was a referendum, and he talked about building a station to bring the trains to Nice. There was a Haussmann-style station that was built, and he said, "I will give you a Garnier Palace, a kind of twin for the one that's in Paris." So there's 2 Garnier opera houses, the one in Paris and the one in Nice. There is another Garnier opera house in Monaco, but of course that's not part of France. It's in Monte Carlo. So there's all of this history which has given us this universal heritage, and our museums do have a very specific place in that. So in this particular time where we need to focus on sustainable development, combating climate change, and trying to restore and recover the natural soils, There are places like the Theatre of Nice and the Palace of Congress where we're trying to bring in more plants in the exhibition park, 50 years old, with incredible architecture. And there we're going to build a new theatre for Nice, which will be a national theatre, and it will have all of today's characteristics. We're going to create a new concert hall and auditorium. So yesterday, in this third space that the Ministry of Culture had identified, we talked about this new initiative of turning the abattoirs. When I first came to power in 2008, all I needed to do was sign the permit to demolish the abattoirs, but I had a doubt, and I waited. And a fortnight later, Jean Nouvel was here, the architect, and I said to him, "Jean Nouvel, come and have a look at this space. What do you think about it?" There were wonderful pillars and columns inside it. He said, "You've got all of these rails with the chains and the butcher's hooks inside." Jean Nouvel said to me, "No, you're crazy. Don't knock this place down." And with Villa Arson and with all of the fine artists in Nice, with dance workshops, with live performances, we are working with the Ministry of Culture in order to turn this into what we call a third space, a shared space, shared by anyone who wants to use it for any type of cultural expression. There's 2 floors. We had a Jubilee type event with local and national artists. 3 incredible months with all sorts of festivities from morning to night around contemporary art exhibitions. So this is how today we see museums. We see that many of them are not in the best condition. That is probably true of our Matisse Museum. It's beautiful and it has incredible collections. In fact, in this museum, at the request of Matisse's grandson, Jean Dutry, just before his death, he made another major donation from the Matisse estate. It was a big pool that no one had seen. He'd built it for his workshop at for the Regina Palace. So down in the basement, we worked with an architect that we chose together with a family, an Italian architect. We created this pool, and we brought it in, and we were able to make this exhibition Matisse for Nice. We found out that Matisse really was a Nice artist, a Niçois. 50% of his works were created here. We found out that this was the place that he had chosen with his muse. We obviously have the Matisse Chapel in the city, and there's so many examples and stories like this of how Nice has been a place of inspiration and creation for Nietzsche, for example, for Berlioz, who created the music for King Lear here. I can see that when we have increasingly cultural focused tours and visits, that there are 3,000 hotel bedrooms that are being built, some of them very high range. There are 9,000 hotel rooms, but 3,000 more getting built. So in the next 3 years, we're going to increase our accommodation capacity by 30%. I did a G20 with all of my hotel owning friends, everyone in hospitality. I did that at Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat, brought together new investors. Serge Tricard with the Mama Shelter is investing in Nice. Others who are involved in major transformation programs. A 13th century convent on one of our hills is going to be become a little boutique hotel. And all of these people agreed with my strategy, which is based around culture, environment, and business meetings. These big London-style double-decker buses and these guides with their umbrellas on the Promenade des Anglais, that's not what we're looking for. Tomorrow's urban tourism is going to focus increasingly on culture and in the environment. We want to turn the page of what was done in the past, 50,000 kilometers of sunbathing strips along the coast. There is a change. Cities that aren't prepared to rethink their approach and refocus on culture and environment will be the losers. We wanted to take this approach because in terms of our history and our identity, we have the assets necessary for it. And one of these key assets is our museums. The most significant footfall in cultural things, it's not our ballet or our opera or anything like that. When we look at the footfall, the most significant is the museums. In first place, the MAMAC, the Modern and Contemporary Art Museum, then the Matisse and the Chagall museums, fairly close together. We've got an incredible fine art museum. Its building requires significant renovation, and that's going to be my next big project in partnership with the Louvre. We've got the Chéric Museum, and then we've got these brownfield sites that I mentioned where we want to develop these kind of third spaces, new museums, or turn these places into perhaps somewhere we could put in the Museum of Humanity and Natural History. I'm sorry to have said all of this. You might not agree with everything that I'm saying, but you are men and women, and when I look around the room here, I think there are significantly more women curators than men. You are the women and the men who can help us making the fabric of our country much more attractive. All public authorities, the states, the local authorities need to work alongside you, listen to you, be attentive to what you're saying. We need to find solutions together. And there is public money. There's obviously money from private donations. Sometimes when you're not seeing enough private support coming in, it's often because the local authorities are not doing enough to attract the necessary charitable donations. Hélène Gramont, the Matisse Museum, is currently thinking, because we have a partnership with Japan, we're thinking of loaning them some of our works, and then in return they might fund some of the renovation work on our museum. There are solutions, and because you are at the heart of your musician's life, you can steer things, guide things, and an AGM like here in Nice should help us to find ways forwards. There will be minutes of this meeting, and I will invite you to read them. I'm sure they will be extremely useful and instructive. So this is the idea that I have of the role you can take in enhancing the attractiveness of our cities. There might be some pop-up temporary events around your museums as well. So I would like to take once again this opportunity to greet all of the curators from Nice museums, Jean-Pierre Barbero of Masséna, Claudine Gramour for Matisse, Hélène Guénard for Mamac, Médissoc for the Fine Arts Museum, Frédéric Olivier Garnier for the Naive Arts, Ascaris for archaeology, Stéphane Mata for photography, and Serge Messira and Stéphane Moradia, Hélène Jacquard, and Hélène Gramont, who I have already mentioned. I want to ask them to join with me to thank you for choosing Nice for your AGM. We are keen to hear your point of view in steering public policy. I'm not just saying that for the sake of it, for the style. I deeply believe that the cities of the future, those that will, I often say that I can't have a big impact on global warming, but I have the responsibility for the city of Nice, and my responsibility is to protect it and to ensure that the city doesn't get flooded or overwhelmed and doesn't develop in a chaotic way. So I think that the role and the place you can play, you can take is significant. If we add up all of the small contributions, if we all work in the same direction, drawing inspiration from the work that you can do, we can do a lot to enhance the appeal of our country based on our cultural life and our museums. So that's what I wanted to say to you and welcome you here to Nice. I want to wish you a wonderful stay. I hope you have a great time at the Masséna Museum with Jean-Pierre Barbero this evening. I want to just wish you the opportunity to meet all of your biggest challenges here in the country of light, working with your museums. This is about the reputation of our country. I know how committed you are, and I want to say to you how grateful I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Estrosi. This has touched us very deeply because we understand the great trust you have in us as museum professionals. Many of us are here in the room, and I don't know how many of us are connected in on Zoom. We're now going to be functioning in this hybrid way. I think you may have work to do, but of course you're very welcome to stay with us. But I imagine that your agenda is very full. Thank you very much for being with us, and I hope that we will see you this evening.
Merci à tous. Céline, viens à mes côtés si tu veux.
Thank you, everybody. Celine, if you'd just like to come up here, that would be great. I'm just going to give a little introduction to just give you a breather after this kind of opening session, which has taken on perhaps a bit more space than we had expected, because we hadn't, when we designed the program, expected the presence and the attendance of the Mayor of Nice, which is a real honor for us. So we're going to have to adapt our day a little bit because we're starting a little bit late. But perhaps just a few words to introduce you to today's theme. We've entitled it Museums Play Together. And the fact that we are at the National Sports Museum is a key part of this theme. So I just wanted to explain what we're looking for from this day. I wanted to thank the speakers who are with us. You can see on the program there's a whole host of them. A whole number of them are here with us in attendance. Others are remotely connected and some have sent videos. We're going to have a real hybrid day. So, dear members of ICOM France, and you can perhaps hear us on the Zoom platform, I think, and members of ICOM as well from all around the world. Our professional meetings are open to all the members of ICOM, the 50,000 members, as Mr. Garlandini reminded us earlier. We have 50,000 members. Thank you for being with us for this annual meeting. Unfortunately, the health crisis is not behind us, and so we're still on this platform. We've been through these challenges which none of us were prepared for, the closure of museums, and we know that many of them will not open again. The loss of income, sometimes very significantly, which are requiring us to rethink our business models, a revolution in the organization of our work in the remote fashion. We don't know yet all the impacts that will have. And then decisive changes in our relationships with our audiences, with digital technologies, changing our itineraries and visit tours. And we need to now succeed with hybrid technologies and not lose all that we've learned, but reconnect with people and with objects. In the face of this adversity, museums have worked together. We're really proud of that, as we say that today. Museum professionals have reinforced their working together and their relationships. ICOM France is an essential link in the international organization that has 50,000 members in 135 countries, and we've been working hard in this area. We've been holding Zoom dialogues, we've been running surveys, we're promoting initiatives and connecting with policymakers to explain our needs. All members have been able to connect in, and we've had a number of colleagues from abroad as well. We are determined to serve all museum professionals, whatever their position in their institution, the size of their museum, its status, whether it's a public museum, private museum, a small association, wherever its location, whatever its discipline. We are the professional organization for all museums. That's who ICOM France is. This teamwork has been something that has been with you and also with other museum associations, with the Federation of Eco-Museums and Society Museums, with the network of the professional network of scientific, technical, industrial culture, with the Association of Curators, with the Conference of Museums. Together, we have consulted you about what your situations are. And together, we asked the minister to meet with us in December in order to explain your needs and the threat that some of you were facing. Because while we need to be very grateful for the hard work of the government to safeguard the French museums, we also need to speak about the vulnerabilities of the sector. There are about 3,000 museums in France, and not all of them have this Musée de France label. More than half of them do not have this label, and a number of them are small association organizations. But this diversity is the strength of the French museum landscape and is also a reflection of the museum landscape around the world. That's why we want to bring together museums of all statuses and types, whether national museums or local museums, with different skills and disciplines. We're looking to hear from our speakers, their perspectives and their stories, but also we want them to talk, particularly in the second session. We have representatives from the higher echelons, the top echelons of culture around the world, and we want to be asking them to talk to us about the cultural policy that museums need. And we're going to be asking you to think about this question together. We're looking, of course, for responses, but we as professionals on the ground need to say to our leaders, to our elected officials, to the NGOs that represent us, what we need in order to build the social ties that people are asking us to do. Because the coming period is not going to be like the past. After these months of health crisis, after this summer full of climate disasters, which leave no more doubt about the fact that we need to act with these warring conflicts that attack directly heritage and objects of memory. Of course, we need money, but cultural policy is not just about money. A year ago, there was a great debate. Was culture essential or not? Society has answered, and we wrote to the President of the French Republic. It seems now, more than ever, that without culture, we understand that without culture, societies fall ill. In saying that, I'm thinking of Nathalie Bondil, who's suggesting that people should get prescriptions to go to museums. And we can consider in this respect that the meeting of culture ministries in Rome this summer was a key turning point. It's the first time that there has been a common declaration which was adopted unanimously, reaffirming the role of culture for sustainable development of our societies. And the ministers that were there exhorted governments to include culture in the priorities of national and international strategies for recovery after the pandemic. Let's just talk about sustainable development for a moment. In the broadest sense, in the sense of the UN Agenda for 2030, which was signed by 193 states who've committed to work in a spirit of partnership and peace. We need to think about this program and understand that we have a key role to play. ICOM International and ICOM France, this summer, we asked our members about how their institutions were involved on this question of sustainable development. Our survey revealed a multiplicity of initiatives in different museums, linked to, but not only, linked to exhibitions, linked to transports and carbon footprints. But this survey also showed a lack of clear guidelines and our members asking the authorities for validated scientific data that are up to date and measuring tools with regard to what we're trying to do in order to be key players in sustainable development. Once again, I think it's worth mentioning Rome and the commitment of the ministers to facilitate targeted research and increase scientific cooperation. I also want to welcome Alberto Garlandini's comments. We heard from him earlier and we'll hear from him again. He was invited to Rome. There were 2 international organizations that were invited to Rome, and ICOM was one of them. He says many studies confirm that museums are among the most credible institutions in the world. Museums are in a unique position to support sustainable government policies, disseminate scientific information, and encourage virtuous practices. Dear participants, that's what we need to work together on. We think we have something to say, and cultural policy makers can rely on us. Throughout the year, in our Zoom events, in our debates, in our surveys, our members have told us that they want to be heard by the elected officials, by the ministry. And that's what this day is all about. In a few days, we'll be celebrating the 75th birthday of ICOM at the Louvre. ICOM was born just after the war on the 16th of November 1946. It was part of the UNESCO movement created to build peace in the minds of men and women through education, science, and culture. ICOM is the only international organization of museums and museum professionals dedicated to research, conservation, and the long-term transfer to society of natural and cultural present and future, tangible and intangible heritage around the world. So we are actively preparing this commemorative celebration with the Louvre and the General Secretariat of our organization. In the spring, we'll be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Museum Act in France. Having legal frameworks is really very important. Jacques Salois will be with us remotely, and he will not be with us, but I will be reading his message later on. At the end of the year, France will be taking on the presidency of Europe. After the meeting of Rome, cultural policy is going to be a key issue. So these are the key moments coming up in the future, and our discussion today are part of preparing them. Thank you for our speakers from the UNESCO, from the European Commission, from ICOM International. Also, thank you to the French Culture Ministry, from whom we'll have a representative. I have told you what I think we're looking for today. We're depending on you today and all the people here in this room and those connected online. I've said a little bit about the program today, but the program has been somewhat, is going to need to be somewhat adapted after the intervention of the mayor of Nice, Christian Estrosi. We were very glad to hear from him, but it does somewhat change our plans for the day. I'll be talking with my colleagues about how to adapt things through the first session, but we'll be working on 3 sessions together, and then we will have our annual general meeting, the annual general meeting of ICOM France this afternoon, as we always do. And then this evening we'll be at the Palais Masséna, which is a real honor and a real opportunity. And thank you very much to the creator of that institution for hosting us. And I hope that many of you will be able to be with us. Perhaps the last thing I just need to say about our organization is that this session is being translated into English and into Spanish. These are the official languages of ICOM, and you know how important it is to us to offer this linguistic diversity to all our members who want to follow us in the language that they're most familiar with. Our discussions will be recorded, and that means you can see them later on YouTube. And there will be publications on the basis of the minutes of today, which will be distributed. So if you are participating today, that means that you are accepting to be recorded and filmed. Please don't hesitate to answer questions if you are on Zoom, to ask questions if you're on Zoom. And please engage in discussion for those people that are in the room here today. Thank you to all the people who are hosting us. Marie knows that I'm very grateful for our hosting. Thank you for Aurélie, Franzin, Thomas. I've been really available to prepare this day. These days have been really very full. And thank you to Anne-Claude Maurice, who you can see next to me here in her purple mask. She is the Executive Director of ICOM France, and without you, we wouldn't be able to do anything. So now I'm going to pass over to Céline Chanaz, who is the president of the Federation of Eco-Museums and Society Museums. She will be moderating this session. Thank you, Juliette. Yes, we're going to go as quickly as we can. We've just got half an hour left, theoretically, so I'm going to invite the participants to the first round table to come and join us. I'm going to introduce them as they come and take their place. There's Emily Girard, who's the scientific director responsible for collections at the Musée. I'm going from right to left for those who are watching. And then Anne-Sophie de Gasquet, who since spring 2021, who is the general manager of Paris Musée. Then there is Bruno Elie, the director of the Musée Granet. Then we have Marie-Pierre, who comes from Brittany and leads the Leclerc Association. We have Lisa Paoli, who comes as well from the region, who is the director of the MACMA, or the Classical Art Museum of Mougins. Sorry, Contemporary Art Museum of Mougins. And then we have Jérôme, who comes from the other side of the border, but not very far away, who is the manager of the Archaeological Museum of Monaco. So perhaps I will just give you a bit of room. Please do try and get all in one row if you can. I've prepared a little introduction, but I think Juliette has given us the outline of what we're going to be doing today. So I'm going to hand over to you straight away and hear from the contributions of our members. When I was preparing the round table, I was just wondering what are the key images that we have from the pandemic, and I just did a very quick look at what we've seen in the press and the perspectives on museums in the press. And there has been information in the press about how museums have been responding to what's been going on. So Juliette said this, there's been a lot of difficulty and many challenges. We can, I think, say things frankly. We've had a lot of unfulfilled promises from the government. There has been support, but it's been difficult as well. And also this impression that we were sacrificed. That's really what a lot of people feel. We were safe places, but it's been a real waste. But I think in our museums, it's very clear that there's a lot of tiredness just from the weariness and the moral and the sort of internal tiredness of having to reorganize everything all the time. We haven't talked a lot about this, but there have been museums that have had people who've fallen ill and died in their teams following COVID, and this is something we need to bear in mind as we move forward. In terms of the positive things that we can take with us, and these images show perhaps some of the challenges we've faced, but we're really glad to be here together now, focused on a certain number of values. Museums are, even private museums have these values of public service. These are key values, and I think that's been strengthened as we come out of this crisis, even though it's not yet finished. And we've found solutions and new ways forward for the museums of the future. So we're going to talk about that together. And one of the first images that was presented It might just be a bit of an anecdote. And there's this competition that was launched by the Getty Museum, which helped us to keep ourselves busy during the lockdown period. There was these conversations with audiences where we realized that it was important to maintain our links with our audiences. So I'm going to pass over now to our colleagues and talking about audiences and our visitors in particular. Oh, I've lost my notes as well now. So first of all, I'm going to ask Anne-Sophie de Gasquet to talk to us about this issue from the perspective of not a big museum, but a small museum.
Good morning. At Paris Musée, we've tried to keep the connection up with our audience through various proposals. First of all, a digital offering. We put in place virtual guided tours for some exhibitions that were quite short-lived, like Chanel exhibition, and then the golden age of the Danish painting. So that was a first type of proposal. We then had an exhibition at the home of Victor Hugo, which couldn't open at all. It was supposed to be opened in autumn 2020 and closed down again in spring 2021. So it couldn't open at all. And we put in place a virtual guided tour. It was, in fact, the only way that the exhibition could be viewed using digital platforms. We have put a lot of our collection online, several 100,000 works. A lot of time has been spent digitalizing our works during the different lockdowns. We also developed an online exhibition on the Museums and Collections site of Paris Musée. We've developed kids podcasts. We've tried to use the history of art lectures, and we've put them online. They would usually be face-to-face events. While we have been waiting for museums to reopen, we put out some exhibitions in open spaces. So we were able to present some of the Victor Hugo exhibition on the banks of the Seine. Each museum in our Paris Musée network chose two representative works from their collection, and we displayed them on the banks of the Seine in order to try to keep up the connection with our audience. And through our lecturers from the different museums in the city, we kept up connections with leisure centres, community centres, old people's homes in order to run workshops and present lectures either face-to-face or with remote technology. One of the things we learned is that these remote offerings and digital offerings are something that we've continued since the museums have reopened, and we will want to continue them. That's a positive point with these virtual guided tours, and we've got some news around that for 2022. So obviously the connection with the audience was very different because they couldn't come to the physical venues. But with the museums reopening, you said that you've had a very good summer in terms of visitor numbers. What are your key challenges in terms of resources, human resources, financial resources, in order to strike the right balance in audience relations between digital and physical? I think that the different strategies work together. We want to continue to bring our audience into the museums. We want to encourage them to come in, but we will use the digital technology to do that. I think it's complementary. I gave the example of the art history lectures. We're going to do it face-to-face this year, but we will also put them out as online offerings. So I think that's very positive. So if we go a little bit further to the west, Marie-Pierre, you've got at London, you've got a different type of establishment. Tell us about your foundation and tell us about your programs. Tell us what has changed. How are you seeing the future in terms of your relationship with the audience in a very different part of the country? So the foundation, the Edouard Leclerc Foundation, generally has two exhibitions, a summer exhibition and a winter exhibition. Some of you, as curators, have been invited guests to do that. So we've made some good connections with a number of you curators, and when the fund organizes a exhibition, we draw on collections that are in your museums. So we work in collaboration and cooperation with you guys to put together our exhibitions and show what we want to show. When the COVID crisis struck, it raised a question. You actually asked a question about maintaining a connection with our audience. In March 2020, we were thinking about how we could enable our audiences to return as quickly as possible. So that was our focus, to think about how we could welcome people back into our space. We thought about programming and our ability to maintain our programs over the years to come, because straight away we had to think about postponing events. We needed to look forward to the potential reopening of the museums. Would we be able to maintain our programs? So we had to focus on working to maintain the Bilal exhibition for summer 2020. It will be postponed, but it will be opened. When the Edouard Leclerc, who's chairman of the Edouard Leclerc Fund, took the decision to do all we could to ensure we could open, it was all about physical things, nails, paint work, all of these things are very physical. So during the COVID pandemic, we refocused on some fundamental things that it enabled us to see our connection with an ecosystem, all of the different stakeholders and players who can cooperate with our activities. So in Landerneau, we have very concrete concerns, working with our closest collaborators, people who are local to us in our territory, companies who are prepared to help us put our projects together. When you talk about maintaining a relationship with our audience, it's about all of these people, drawing all of these people together around our actions. Thank you very much. I think it's really important to talk about this ecosystem within a territory, and it raises the question of the connection with businesses and the economic world. At the Musée Granet, Bruno Eddy, you've got to focus on major international projects in partnership with others. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the issues you've faced? Yes, this is our experience at the Musée Granet. When we look at 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, we've had to completely rework our programs, rework 4 or 5 years of programming, actually. So in 2020, we had an exhibition of the Egyptian collections in our museums in partnership with the Louvre Museum. One of the difficult thing was to wait for the embargo that was put in place during the first lockdown was lifted in order to be able to receive the objects lent by the Department of Antiquities, and that delayed our program. Then when we had to close again in November 2020, we were so disappointed. We were sickened, in fact, because the exhibition was only open for a month and a half. We'd planned it for 5 months. That was a fairly long period. It would enable school children and academics to come and enjoy the exhibition. So I had a little comment I wanted to make. It seems important to me about the experience we've had in Aix-en-Provence. We've had to work closely with key decision makers and policy makers, local authorities, our charitable donations. We've worked more closely than we did in the past, actually. In reality, we've had to listen more closely, develop relationships, phone people up, maybe not every day, but certainly connect with these decision makers more closely. So there have been a few advantages in this situation. It's put us in a situation where we were forced to work harder on our relationships, work harder perhaps to explain what we do in a pedagogical way. It was a difficult time for policymakers and businesses and charitable donors. People were more prepared to listen and to think about museums, and this led us to think that the plans we had for summer 2021, a David Hockney exhibition with the Tate Modern, was something that we'd need to postpone. We thought that we wouldn't be able to reach our audience fully in 2021. So at the end of 2020, we made a very important choice. We decided to postpone this until 2023. We had to check whether this itinerant exhibition about David Hockney with the Tate Modern was going to be able to be postponed. So we decided to postpone it to 2023, and then we maintained the exhibition on the Egyptian collection. We kept that on for 2021, and we had a great success. We had our 100,000th visitor recently, so we had our 5 months of the Egyptian exhibition, which we had initially planned for. But obviously, as you can imagine, and you've experienced the same kind of things yourselves, we had found so much red tape that was necessary in terms of postponing and offsetting our exhibitions. In terms of our loans, we had 4 different letters to write to request these objects. It was a lot of red tape, and it's required a lot of time, a lot of energy to just do this work, which we don't usually have to do. This when you request a loan, it's generally a fairly simple process, but here the red tape and the paperwork was a lot harder work than usual. Thank you very much. We've talked in general terms about the relationships with the audiences, but if we look back after the sense of being stunned by the first lockdown, everything's shutting down so quickly, then in this appearance of this, as soon as the lockdown happens, a lot of the voluntary sector museums were able to draw on the government support to furlough some of their staff. But things happened very differently in the second and third lockdowns in France. I calculated things. I don't know if everyone knows these figures. On average, around the world, 145 days museums were closed. In France, we had 120 days of closure in 2020 and 138 in 2021. 3 lockdowns. And then now you've got this health pass that has come into force in France. A lot of these things have affected our relationships with audiences. It's generated admin work, focusing on work that is not necessarily directly related to the benefit of our users. Lisa, you're director of a museum here close by, and in Mougins. What did you do with your museum? Did you keep up the connection with your audience? Yes, we're a small private museum in Mougins. We have a very broad collection that talks about Egyptian, Greek, and Roman antiquity, and is in so when we opened, we were very close to the audience. It's just a small museum, on a very human scale. So this relationship is very close. We didn't want to let that go. We're still quite a young museum. We're spreading our wings. If the rug is pulled out from under our feet, so like in the time of the pandemic, it's very difficult. But like our colleagues have talked about, we've used digital technologies. We supplied the social networks with information about our works. We provided educational resources on our site. We tried to keep up our relationship with schools and kids. We found that people had a lot of time on their hands in the first lockdown. And so we saw that when we reopened, there was a change in the demographic profile of our visitors. Previously, there were a lot of older people who used to come, but we saw that our visitors were more youthful, students, young families, young adults, people who use social media a lot and who had received quite a lot of input from different cultural institutions. They'd had a very rich offering, and I want to congratulate everyone, the colleagues here in the room, and they've provided a lot of very rich content, and I think that generated this desire, particularly amongst the younger age groups, to come in and visit our institutions and show what is behind the door. Sometimes when you're at home, you forget what you can find in the museums, and that highlighted this thing. So we wanted to get in with this movement. And when the museums reopened, the geographical restrictions that were imposed at that time pushed us to really focus on what we've done in the digital technology and attracting our visitors, particularly local people, saying we're back open again, come and visit us. So yes, it was really important to us to maintain the link with our audience. And as Mr. Elie had said, we had to think about rescheduling exhibitions. We had a Jean Cocteau exhibition with the Menton Museum that had to be postponed because we were closed. We reopened, and then a few weeks later we had to close again. The Cocteau Museum in Menton was great with us. They allowed us to keep the works, obviously taking all the precautions necessary. So we had a lot of feedback, a lot of contact from the public saying, when will you reopen? What exhibitions will there be? We had to manage all of that. We needed to listen to the expectations of our audience and to respond to it. As Marie-Pierre said, we need to be ready so that when the doors could reopen and people could come back, we needed to ensure that our collections were beautiful, they'd been well preserved, that our rooms had been redecorated, and that we were ready to welcome them with open arms, as everyone did. Thank you. That's a very concrete testimony. We've got a lot of representatives of culture in front of us, so they might have some answers to give us, but there's a number of key elements we could analyze. The sense that we felt in our museums, that there was a change, a sociological change in our audience, a younger audience. Is that something that everyone has felt? Will it be a sustainable change? I think it'll be interesting to analyze our audiences and think about who's coming into museums. I think that this tie-in of the physical museum and the digital resources we should think about maintaining. It enables us to perhaps draw on the very concrete experiences that different people have had. I'm very soon going to hand over to Émilie Girard, who will talk about the relationship with the collections. But before we do that and talk about the care for collections during the COVID crisis, I wanted to first of all hear from Jérôme Magaille to talk to us about one aspect that perhaps echoes what the mayor of Nice said. He talked about the wide range and cosmopolitan nature of the museums in Nice, and this aspect of promoting Nice as a city, the environment and the cultural aspects. But one of the things he didn't mention is the key mission, one of the key missions of museums, which is to pass on education, information about our collections. And Jérôme, you wanted to talk about that, and I think that was the next thing for your establishment.
Of course, the problems that have been mentioned by our colleagues and the Musée Granet has also had to reprogram some of our exhibitions, but we've really focused on our educational materials. During the lockdown, we sort of had a hedgehog approach. We focused in on the local area, what was happening in Monaco, and we developed tools for raising awareness of young people to museums. Young children can even come and celebrate their birthday at the museum if they want to. And the idea is to reach young generations about archaeological heritage, because young people need to get to grips with archaeology early in life, but also school children as a whole, and then students, our PhD students even, who we continue to support, because during lockdown, as you know, students had a whole host of problems. And I am supervising the theses of two of my colleagues, and two of them had their grants extended by 6 months. So the authorities really did help with students. And we've also developed social media, reaching young people in particular, and our connections with visitors. What you need to realize about Monaco is that the Museum of Anthropology in Monaco was founded by a well-known oceanographer, but he also created an anthropology museum. So since 1902, when it was funded, the princes have been supporting anthropological research. So our museum is a museum, but also a research center with 3 local archaeological sites. The observatory area just next to the museum, which was unfortunately closed during the lockdown and still is closed. It is an archaeological site that can be visited by the general public. But we're focusing on educational materials on the site in particular, and on digs. And then we also have fictional digs, like it happens in a lot of other archaeological museums. I think like the Terramata in Nice, or the Menton Museum, or another museum in Italy that we work with too. These are organizations that are like us, but we perhaps do a bit more research, because we also have some missions abroad in Syria and in Mongolia, and we are doing temporary exhibitions on the first nomads in Upper Asia. So we've done a lot of work on social media. We've been communicating with our visitors. We've been increasing that through through social media. You know all about that. And we're trying to think about what the consequences of this pandemic would have been if it happened 25 years ago without the social media, without all these internet tools. So we need to think about these new tools, and we currently have work that we're doing in the museum where we're emphasizing internet communication. We're putting funding into being on the cutting edge of technology within our museum presentations and also with our research. So you're actually quite confident because you're getting additional funding. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. When you're in a public museum that has been founded by Prince Albert I, we are part of the identity of the country. So when there's a crisis, the state is behind us. And that helps us to continue. But I hope this isn't going to be an ongoing problem, but we have the support of the Monaco state. Perhaps we could hear from our friends in Marseille to find out whether it's the same optimistic approach with Émilie Girard, who wanted to talk about another mission of museums, which is also an important mission, the way we manage collections, the way we conserve them, how we also exhibit them. What have been the ethical considerations that have been taken into account during this time? And what have been your thoughts about this? Yes, I think this time that we've been through has forced us to refocus in on collections. During the lockdown, we focused in on everyday management. During the first lockdown, the teams working on collections stayed on site, reorganizing some of the reserves, and we used this time to do redeployment work that we didn't really have the time to do in normal operation. So the sense of recentering on collections was something that we really experienced. During the second lockdown, which was a bit more flexible, a lot of more people came to the reserves and to move forward research, and that obviously impacted the way that we were working. But I think what's more interesting in a more theoretical and less practical way is that this pause, and I've heard this from other colleagues as well, it helped us to think about what was working and what wasn't working in our collections and the way that we think about our work on our collections. So we had been thinking of creating a kind of collections guidelines about who does what within the scientific department, the research and teaching department, the conservation department, and the way they work together. And that can be sometimes quite complex in terms of the processes and decision-making procedures that we have in place. So this period where we were shut down was used to really work on these questions. And this very technical approach also ran into a number of questions that have been underlying for a number of years, but have perhaps taken on more room in this current situation. The questions of sustainable development, for example, how in our daily work, our daily conservation work, how can we take into account sustainable development and integrate it into the design of our exhibitions? So why not use this time to think about our technical approaches, the way we transport works, which all involves financial costs, but also sustainable development questions. This question is part of a much more wide-ranging discussion about the way we handle our collections. But there is that desire now to reduce what is not necessary. Perhaps free ourselves from the constraints that sometimes museums have placed on themselves. We are a museum primarily based in France, and we have loans with small organizations, but we are changing some of our approaches in terms of loans because of the costs involved in those loans, transport, health and safety, conservation, and all of that can be very difficult for small museums. Emily, in a very specific way, what could be changed in terms of reducing what is unnecessary? I'm trying to be a bit provocative with that term, but I think we have a lot of approaches that are based on a number of big collections, but for some other types of collections, we don't need these same kind of limits when you don't have a high level of vulnerability. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a telephone here. We can delegate things to other professionals. Other museums, there are also museum professionals as well, like specialized transporters, for example, are not always required for all collections. I think we need to think about some of these approaches which have been very widespread in order to facilitate the solidarity between museums, which involves as well the sharing of collections. I also wanted to talk just very quickly about something else that seems important, which is the theme of visitors. How do we also think about visitors in the light of collections management? We've always been thinking about collections and visitors as separate entities, but I think that what we've been through has shown that we can't have one without the other, and we need to have them together. So expertise with regard to collections is something that we can do better and more with our visitors. We can share this expertise and open up opportunities for discussions about collections through participatory collection approaches, people contributing items or artifacts, or fundamental work on collections, documentation. We really want to involve activists and young people on the ground, communities. We want to involve them and get their perspective on our collections and help us to drive things forward. Of course, we're not trying to put aside the museum expertise that we have, but how can we get others involved in sharing and participating so that that becomes a central feature of our institutions? I think that this relationship with our visitors needs to be really rethought, and I think this round table shows that. This question of visitors needs no longer to be a specialist area, but it needs to feed into all the other services in our museums. So on that point, perhaps Bruno, Elie, or Anne-Sophie Gasquet, you also run institutions and you have loans. Does this reflection also impact your institutions? Yes, these are things that we're already thinking about, particularly in terms of the duration of exhibitions and observations that we made when collections are put in place. Yes, we've been seeing that through remote working. I think it's something to take into account in the future. What I can say in terms of our experience in Aix-en-Provence, I think we've seen a real solidarity. It's not that museums don't normally help each other, although it's always been based on human relationships. That's always been the case. But in these last 2 years, I think we've seen an increase of solidarity. Larger organizations, larger museums working with smaller museums, more careful listening to one another, which has helped us to have loans or extensions of loans which perhaps wouldn't have been possible in the same way before. If I think about the exhibition I was talking about earlier, about the Egyptian collections in our museum, we had over 70 loans from outside of our museum. All of these loans have actually been extended for almost 2 years, well, a year and a half anyway. So from that point of view as well, there has been an increase in solidarity and understanding in terms of how we work together. So you're talking about solidarity and the relationship of our museums with their visitors. A number of staff in municipal museums or regional museums were redeployed into different institutions during the lockdown. Then the central issues changed, and then they got involved in vaccination centers and helping with the vaccination campaigns. What's the feedback that you have from your staff on these questions? It's true that we had a division between the people who could work remotely and those who couldn't. And of course, that's a very particular problem that we really need to move forward on in the coming years, this question of remote working. But people who could not work remotely, they were redeployed, some of them. And most of those who experienced this felt it was a positive experience because some of our staff, some of our reception staff, our surveillance staff felt this was a way of positively contributing in this difficult period. And it was a case of maintaining consistency within our institutions, between these different institutions. We had some people, of course, remote working, other words, who couldn't, and I can imagine that in other institutions there must have been something of division and perhaps a lack of understanding in that kind of a situation, and some disputes almost that could have taken place. I think it was really good to see consistency across all the different members of staff, and we did that through lots of meetings, lots of sharing information from those who were outside of the museums, from those who were in the museums, for those who were working remotely, in order to hear from all of them and the challenges that all of them were experiencing. And in this difficult period that we were going through was a way of strengthening the consistency and cohesion of our institution. So Bruno Elie, you're very enthusiastic about this, so everything's fine in Aix-en-Provence. No, I don't mean that everything's brilliant. I just mean that since we had to go through this situation, we tried to find a way of bouncing back in every difficult situation. And I felt that was something we really needed to focus on in order to move things forward, even when the museum was closed. And I think in terms of our policy makers, the Musée Granet is a municipal museum, so we depend on our local elected officials, and it's true that the credibility of the museum was promoted through exchange, discussion, dialogue, and also the fact that the museum kept on working even when it was difficult and kept on contributing to the work of the city as a whole. So some of our staff could go to vaccination centers and support the work of school staff, for example. That was really very important, and it was very well received. And the museum continued to exist, which means that when we finally come out of this crisis period, we can have the satisfaction to know that people kept listening to us. We didn't just disappear off the radar.
Thank you very much. Marie-Pierre maybe wanted to add something. Yes, you've talked quite a lot about the teams that work in our establishments, but I think we should also talk about artists. It's very fundamental. Last year, in previous years, we've worked with artists in the context of our programs. We have presented a program called the Cabinet of Curiosities. We worked with the Musée, but we often try to work on parallel programs where we can bring in contemporary creators and artists. So we try to bring artists in to connect with what we're doing in our venues. I think artists are a part of the equation. Yes, that's right. Artists, we talked about the business world, we talked about all stakeholders, scenographers, even antiques shops, even the DIY shops, suppliers, the restorers, heritage restorers. Often they are freelancers. How did you manage the relationship with all of these stakeholders? Because we talked a lot about this interdependence. You need them, but they also needed you, and for quite a while they didn't have any income from museum activities because of the activities being postponed. Yes, everything in Landonneau has been built in cooperation with museums, cooperation with other local stakeholders. And in this particular area, the fact that all activities were shut down, that's what happened last year, that had an impact on our Edward Leclerc fund, and we're only a really tiny part of the problem in this big issue we all faced. The challenge that I see is ahead of us is how we resume our activities, bring the audiences back in, and maintain everything that needs to happen in a venue like ours. Landonneau is a town with only 15,000 people. The foundation brings 200,000 or more visitors into the town, and so it impacts the town on all sorts of levels. The local municipal authority, and has an impact on the other layers of local regional authorities. It's important that everyone works together in an interdependent manner. With respect to this question of how we can resume our activities and restart things, we could maybe finish our roundtable discussion on that point, and then open up to the audience. At Paris Musée, how do you see the economic aspects of what's coming next for you? So in Paris Musée, we're a public establishment that was created in 2013 and brings together 14 museums that are run by the city of Paris. 75% of our funding, 70% of our funding comes to the city of Paris, 30% is our own earnings. So this income was missing and gave us a situation of deficit. That was a tricky situation. We are getting an additional subsidy from the city of Paris at the moment. We reduced our spending. We're looking at cost cutting on all levels, and we're also looking to develop our own income as well. There's a diverse range of sources. We can see that there's room hire that can be used. That has been important for our financial stability. We're trying to develop traveling exhibitions abroad or in France. And so when we talked previously about sustainable development, that's connected. In the Petit Palais, recently we organized a meeting of local museums around traveling exhibitions. How can we share our scientific focuses, but also share the cost of exhibitions to allow these exhibitions to travel around the country? We're sharing things like that, and that's very interesting. We're trying to increase our income and also to develop the way that we work in new ways. So that's probably one of the conclusions I would draw from this crisis. I think we can be somewhat optimistic. This summer we saw a fairly strong footfall in our exhibitions. So we're heading into autumn with a fairly optimistic feel. Lisa or Marie-Pierre, would you like to say something with respect to your own special status? Yes, we're a private museum, so we depend entirely on our owner, and the funding comes from him. It's quite interesting to hear what Anne-Sophie said. We have a fairly similar funding breakdown. About 30% of our management costs are covered by ticketing and sales in our museum's boutique. The remaining 70% is funded by our owner. It's absolutely a philanthropic venture, and it's thanks to him that we can share our very broad and varied collection. So we're rather dependent on his generosity, and we have to be fairly broad-shouldered. Just to come back to this idea of solidarity, I think it's a very important word. The theme of today is museums working together as a team. As a small museum, we really felt this solidarity between colleagues in different museums. A lot has been done by ICOM. There was also the DRAC, the Cultural Directorate that's part of the French government, and that's been an important help to us. The online meetings organized by ICOM were a real kind of anchor point for us in these difficult time, and we've anchored in a port where there were boats of all different sizes. People were willing to listen to each other, and I think it's been a really important thing for a cultural life in our country. Bruno Elie, I don't know if you want to wrap up for our panelists, and then we can hand over to the audience. Well, it's not really a concluding comment, but just to say that one of the conclusions that we've drawn from this period is that it's, as I mentioned earlier, helped us to make closer connections and relationships. One ongoing problem we have is the administrative annuity that you have to pay in France. We calculated on the basis of the number of local civil servants. We can't project our income over more than 2 or 3 years. So in order to get out of this situation, we might need a situation like what we've walked through. And I'm thinking again of our situation in Aix. We had to say that our local politicians that if we postpone a Hockney exhibition with a big budget, we need to have a ongoing firm commitment from them for 2023, a commitment that is 2 or 3 years ahead. I think that this period has enabled us to see some of the gaps or the problems in the situation, to highlight issues in, I guess, a more sensitive way, and it might enable us to find some more viable solutions for our museums. In very concrete terms, have you had some proposals from the local authorities budget service for your ongoing multi-year program? Yes, we've had a lot of meetings with our policymakers, our local politicians, the mayor of Aix-en-Provence, and they have confirmed that the authority will commit, and there have actually been some written commitments that were sent to our partners. So when we look forward up to 2023, we have a guaranteed funding stream that will enable us to do this very significant Hockney project. Thank you very much for all that you've shared. The things I guess I've picked up from your different testimonies is that there's been a strong adaptability and a form of optimism which has enabled you to come through this period stronger. I could be a spokesperson for some of the smaller and weaker structures as a chair of the Federation of Eco-Museums and Museums of Society. That's kind of my role. We've sensed that some of the smaller establishments have had a harder time. Sometimes you have only one employee in some of these eco-museums. The fact of being able to find support from other colleagues has been very important. I guess another thing I picked up from your discussion is there's a significant challenge for the future, and the relationship with volunteers and the local population, particularly in the museums of society. I was talking to René Faure, who is a chair of the federation as well. It's a real challenge to identify and find volunteers once again. There's a real issue. These audiences are key parts of the life of our museums. Emily, you talked about the relationship with the collections, and that's really important. And I think we need to be very aware of the museums that are dropping off the radar, not necessarily abandoned, but there are some museums that are really struggling, particularly museums that are related to the voluntary sector. You guys are very lucky to benefit from the confidence and trust of your owners and benefactors, but some of the other structures are struggling over the crisis. Some had to furlough almost all of their staff, and the director was pretty much on their own to run what needed to be run. So that's been pretty tricky for some of these organizations. And there've been a number of changes in terms of mobility, positive career changes, I guess, in some situations, but some museums have found themselves without a helmsman to lead things. So working as a team requires someone to take the lead, to be at the helm. And so these are some of the key points I wanted to highlight on to everyone. So we're not having an over-optimistic approach, but to raise some of the challenges and difficulties that might have been seen for some people. I don't know quite how we're going to manage the questions. When you speak, could you perhaps introduce yourselves, mention your name and the name of the organization you work for? That would be really helpful. My name is Anne Dopfer. I am director of the National Museum of the 20th Century in the Alpes-Maritimes. I would be really interested in hearing some discussion on one point that I found rather traumatic, the issue of what happens during the first lockdown with art transport companies. We've been working with some of these companies for decades. They've sometimes a bit of a difficulty in the relationship, but generally we have a lot of trust. We had a situation where we had works that were coming back from Russia via Paris, and we also had a work from Chagall and a work from Ligier that was going to Spain. When the lockdown was decided, the Chagall works were stuck in Paris, and the Ligier work got stuck in Malaga at the time. I thought, okay, it's a new situation. No one knows what's going to happen. Let's wait a week or two and we'll get organized. But no, that didn't happen. I phoned up these large companies that we all work with, and they said, I don't know, my management will have to phone you. I'm furloughed at the moment, I'm not working. I wanted to know if there are other colleagues who had similar experiences, because yes, it was a lockdown, but there were lorries and trucks driving around the country. Was it an issue for us because Nice is a bit off the beaten track, or did other museums have a similar experience? Is it not a bit problematic that we didn't get our works back? That, we stopped sending works of art around on a large scale, yeah, but for us to get our works back, I think was a basic thing. Should we not be a bit more demanding of our transport companies, because another crisis like this could happen again? Would someone like to respond on this point? We didn't have this issue ourselves, but from the floor, I think somebody else wants to speak into this. My name is Juliette Persigny. I work at the museum in Antibes. We had about 400 works that were supposed to come back from the Modern Art Museum in Paris, and they got stuck with a transport company. We couldn't get them back. We had to wait. We didn't know whether our works were in a good conditions. They said that they didn't have air conditioning in their premises. There were works that are on paper, but there was nothing we could do. We had to trust them. But some bad things could have happened. Luckily, the works came back to us in a good condition, but something bad could have happened. That raises a question around the contractual relationships with our external suppliers. I think if you had managed the transport yourselves directly, you would have managed, because most of our establishments put in place some protection plans, and we could travel because of the urgent need to protect our collections. I think that was still allowed. We found ourselves in a situation that no one had anticipated, and it was pretty difficult to justify the derogations we needed to travel around. We had a project where we needed to go and visit a potential donor and recover items from our collection. We found ourselves in a situation where it was very difficult to put pressure on people, because we found it difficult to justify the necessity of our movements with the authorities. Yes, I'd like to add something. At the time of the first lockdown, I wasn't at the Paris Musée. I was at the Pompidou Center. In a number of foreign museums, we left some of our works with the foreign museum. We had to trust the museum that was hosting our exhibition. Either the exhibition was ongoing and it stayed there with all of the necessary protections, but in some cases the exhibitions were taken down and our foreign museum partner kept the items on their premises. Mine's Jean-Louis Arnaud, the Picasso Museum. Just a bit of feedback from our experience with respect to the big transport companies that Anne was talking about a moment ago. We lent a small set of graphic works, some etchings from the collections of the Picasso Museum. It's a collection that we have been trying to share with partner museums who haven't got any Picasso collections, and it gives them an opportunity to see a little bit of the graphic works. We have worked with a small museum in Louisville. This museum asked me whether they could. They had a partnership with UPS for transport. It's a massive logistics company. a US company, and the major UPS hub is in Louisville in Kentucky. You probably wouldn't have heard of it unless you know about the company. So when we thought things through, and I spoke with my contacts in these big companies that Anne was mentioning, we looked at the possibility of sending the works in general logistics cargoes, not specialist art transport companies. We looked at the terms and the conditions of it. The cost was a lot lower than what would have been charged by our specialist transport companies. So in the end, we sent things like that. There was the lockdown that happened. And so the works were stuck in the US. Mr. Trump had shut everything down, but as you know, logistics companies continued operating. So because we had made this economic choice, we were able to get the works back via UPS cargo, probably only a month late. The museum had closed down, the exhibition had stayed up, it was taken down. It's just an experience. It's not necessarily a perfect example. We lent other works to Philadelphia, to an art museum there. I'd gone with the works. I had to come back to France 3 days actually before Trump shut everything down. The museum then closed. There was no audience. The works came back kind of whenever it was possible, but we did have to wait quite a long time to get them back.
So I think there's somebody else at the back there wanting to ask a question. I think this will be our last question. I think we need to be more demanding with these companies. I think we need to change the clauses around force majeure. But I think if we're going to do that, we also need to see insurance companies changing their systems so that we don't have to always use a specialist art transporter. Okay, so if there are no more questions, I think we've managed to stick to our timing. So I won't do a summary here because I'll be feeding back on it later on. Thank you very much.
Le fait est qu'on commence cette deuxième table ronde avec un peu effectivement, on est à l'heure du
We're starting this session rather late. It's actually lunchtime. We've moved our program back a little bit, but we've decided to maintain the second part of our morning now. So lunch will be a little bit late, but you will have time to eat lunch. There'll be a lunch in the hall here in the Museum of Sport in a little while. Céline Chanas will be coming back to give us a summary of what we've just heard. around a specific question, which hasn't been the main question of that roundtable, but the question, which is the subtitle for this session now, what cultural policy do museums need? I've heard what everyone has said. You've been explaining that there have been opportunities to connect with others, the opportunities that associations have offered you, and particularly ICOM France. I think you've been able to make the most of these different opportunities, which arise spontaneously out of the COVID crisis, this opportunity to open up our platforms and open up discussions. And actually, it's really worked really well. And there's a whole number of you who've connected in initially every 2 weeks and then every month, every time that we ran sessions around this question of connections. I think it was someone was saying earlier, we were talking about this, the importance of connections, of relationships. I think we can also say that our associations have also come closer together. At ICOM, we opened up connections, but we started to work with other French associations for museums. We've got used to going to see the museum's department of Musée de France. Jerome, perhaps you will talk to us about this later. We are often bring questions to you, and we feed back the questions that we get from our members to the Musée de France department. I think this is something that we can do much better, but we have initiated relationships which is something that was really necessary and has been very positive. I also just want to say something briefly about the situation created by this complex period, is that we have really expanded internationally. Of course, ICOM is an international organization, so perhaps that is just obvious, but actually everything that we've done, all the Zoom events that we've been doing, have all been open internationally. And museums around the world have responded to this call. 30% of our participants for our debate events come from all around the world. And that was something that was just impossible before, because people wouldn't have traveled just for an hour's meeting. So this is something really new that has happened, and we need to keep hold of that. We just want to maintain this opportunity to meet together. There's not lots and lots of us, but there's about 100 people connected online right now, and there is this aspiration to get together, to stay connected, and we need not to lose what we've gained. In one sense, we could say that our cards that have been redistributed. We have a new set of cards in our hands. We've got discussions around our museums that we can have with people from other countries as well. And I think in what we've heard this morning, there is a real opportunity which we didn't have before to speak to our politicians, because our politicians and the NGOs and international institutions see that the world of the future is going to be different, and we are wanting to focus this session around this question of what cultural policies we need. And I really think that we need to get hold of this opportunity. I was saying this morning, and what I said, yes, we need money, and in France, at least for a number of museums, museums of France. There has been money. The government has been saying whatever it costs, we'll make it work, but that's not been the case everywhere. So one whole part of what we're doing is falling apart in the world because of the pandemic. But we are better networked together now than we ever have been. When something happens somewhere in the world, in Lebanon, in Haiti, in Afghanistan, museums come together and try to put in place solidarity movements, mutual support movements, and that's something we need to remember, and it's something we need to really build on. And we need to say to our politicians that we really want to build on that. I know that when we talked about cultural engineering in June, Jean Hervé said to us, in the autumn, there's going to be a lot of calls for proposals of projects. You need to respond to them. You need to go and get the funding where it's available. So we asked Céline, who moderated the last session, we just asked her if she could perhaps give a summary of what she's picked up in the last session. Of course, there's been a lot that's been said, but what would be relevant for our politicians and authorities to hear, and also our international institutions? Do you think that just off the cuff like that, perhaps you could give a perspective on what we've just heard? I think everyone was there, so I'm not going to say again what we've already heard, but I think there are perhaps 4 aspects that are key. One of them is perhaps something that wasn't said that I'm going to add in, but what I heard very clearly, first of all, was the need for support from our supervising ministries. And for the moment, our authorities, the supervising ministries have been there to support us with a shared vision and ready to hear from all the museums about the problems that we're facing. I think where you are in France, and whether you're in a big city or a small town, and on whether there's a municipal cultural policy that's well developed or not. And during the crisis, the relationships at this level have become more fragile again. What I also heard is the need for cooperation. I think this is a real strength in France, and then also with ICOM more internationally. We've got networks of museums and heritage institutions, ICOM France, Insti, FEM, all French associations, and then others that are all working together in these areas. And there's this strength of cooperation that is helping us to move forward. There is also this reciprocity, this mutual help, the pooling of resources, pooling of the resources from places that have lots, giving more to those who have less. And then I also want to add in, this is a complex issue of bringing works back, and the transport of works, how museums had to follow all these protocols for transport, and all these challenges linked as well to the French health pass, which is creating difficult situations because some people in museums are being badly treated by visitors who are coming and when they're having to be asked for their health pass. I think if we can simplify the way in which calls for projects are set up, because I think in museums we don't need to invent new forms at this point. We really need to simplify things, and then we just need clear focuses in terms of how to move forward. I think those are perhaps the key aspects of what has been shared in this roundtable session. Thank you, Céline. I think you did a very good job on that. Okay, we have 6 speakers for this roundtable event. You can just see 3 of us at the table here. This is the new situation of public debates now. 2 of us, Suna Altnoder from UNESCO and Alberto Galandini, who's the international president of ICOM. They have sent us videos which you're going to hear. Catherine Magnan, who's the head of the Cultural Policy Unit at the European Commission. She's online with us, I believe. Yes, she is there. And then Jacques Salois, who's the former director of Musée de France, French museums, has sent us a text. So this is our new hybrid approach. Some people are with us, others are further away, but everyone's taking part and working together on building this call to politicians about the cultural policies that we need. So in order to launch us off, I'm going to hand over to Jerome Farrell, who's agreed to be with us this morning. And we're going to hand over to him now.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, in fact, everyone. Just a bit of a look back. I think that's one of the points of this panel session. The mayor said that there wasn't a revolution, and I've only a modest representative of the museums world, and I think there's another representative of our service who is represented by Pierre Chastanier, who's from the collections department. That shows how attached we are to the network. I don't want to tell you any big scoops, but some of the things that I'm going to talk about are things that you've already talked about. Of course, the idea of this review of the crisis situation, which obviously we experienced in the ministry, but we also observed, and so it's given us a bit of an outlook, a prospect for the future to think about how we can support museums in the future. The first thing we should say, this isn't just a naive optimism, but we do feel it's very positive. We saw that right from the start of the crisis, that museums were able to keep going with their key role. I know it's not been easy. We've seen a number of territorial organizations that struggled to understand what the important aspects in terms of preserving the collections were. But you worked very hard to conserve and preserve your collections. And I think that was a particular focus in the first lockdown. The second phase was a bit more flexible, and as has already been mentioned in the first roundtable discussion, had a number of issues around programming, postponing exhibitions, moving exhibitions about. And I think there was a lot of solidarity, as a word that's been used previously. There was a lot of active solidarity between all people working in museums. And I think that this way in which the family of museums in France strengthened itself in this crisis is absolutely exemplary. It's an important point, and that is about you. That's not about what we did within the ministry or directorate. So I'm very much admirer of all of you've done. Another point which raises a number of thoughts that you talked about, and perhaps will feed into future discussions. You obviously had a lot of thinking about the way you relate to the audiences. From the second lockdown, there were new experiences of cultural mediation outside of your venues, but a very widespread use of digital technologies. A lot of museums really got hold of these issues around disseminating culture, and I think that was a remarkable effort that's been made. So I think I really want to give that positive perspective about the way museums work during the lockdowns, and that's led us to some significant changes which we're seeing today. I talked about our role in supporting. You all have seen that the Ministry of Culture and the national government is broadly, but the regional organisations, which are called DRAC in France, they had a fairly complex set of texts and regulations to interpret, and I think that was an important thing they were able to support with. And I know you had to think about these things during the lockdowns, but it was a key point in order to respond quickly. I think you showed that you were able to open the doors pretty quickly. So we had, with our services, been able to give you the support to enable you to open again to the audiences and focus on the fundamental activity.
Illustrate the importance of the role of museums. I know that I'm speaking to the choir here, but there was a very interesting example from Brussels. There was an experience that was put in place, which was to allow doctors in Brussels, so doctors at the Brugman Hospital, to prescribe museum visits in order to care for patients' mental health. So that's a very interesting and concrete example of the way in which some professional bodies appreciate the benefits of museums and cultural life. I think it's very important to highlight the link between culture and well-being. It's a very key area of our work. It's a new area of work. We're trying to develop a project where there'll be a number of experiments carried out across Europe in order to try to generate more data about the connection between active cultural life and mental health and well-being more broadly. It was an area we wanted to work on prior to the crisis, but the pandemic has highlighted the need to generate more knowledge and test some tools in this area. So what's the role of the European Union? What do we do in order to support culture and support museums? We do a lot of things, in fact. I would say that the priority has been to provide financial support for cultural stakeholders in Europe. The crisis struck at the time with when the negotiations over the financial framework for the 2021-2027 period was being finalised. One of the good things of this crisis has been that it's generated more finance for culture. This programme will give us more support for cultural projects in the context of European cooperation. So the culture budget has had an increase of 30%. That's absolutely unprecedented. Often, as you know, we tend to fall the wrong side of the economic trade-offs when the ministers of economy come together. So we got a 30% boost to the Creative Europe programme. We also have aspects of culture in the Horizon Europe programme, and there will be a specific cluster, a set of activities which will be dedicated to the world of culture and the cultural and creative industries. That is a significant opportunity for museums, including for French museums. do try to take this opportunity. So the money that's going to the support and development of regions is another opportunity for museums, for both for infrastructure and for digital aspects. It's very important that territorial actors get a hold of this opportunity. I don't know if you knew that this is just one example from very many others. The European Regional Development Fund contributed 12 million euros to finance some of the work for the cave at Lescal, and this was a ERDF funding. This was summer I was in Naples, and to give you an Italian example, I was very impressed by the references or the support for different museums and cultural institutions in the area. So here are a few examples of our support. I think it's very difficult for national operators, regional operators. It's difficult for museum directors, for people
who are running cultural organizations to access these European funding streams. So one of the decisions we've taken in relationship to the crisis, by thinking how we could support the cultural and creative sector, has been to develop a guide to European funding for cultural actors. It's a guide that's not yet been published. We're still working on it. We have surveyed about 60 opportunities for funding. We're delighted for that. It's a big piece of work. It's going to be translated into 24 languages, and we're hoping to bring it out towards the end of November. It will be available in French, not immediately, but it will be available in French soon. It's been built in a very practical way. We're trying to avoid jargon as much as possible, and I will make sure I let you know as soon as it. Thing that is important to say is that we've got this recovery and resilience plan that's been put in place by the European Union following on from the crisis. It's a massive fund to support the recovery and resilience in the European Union and its different countries. Each country has a national plan which will explain the way in which this money will be used. It's supposed to support green and digital transitions. France has decided to put 2.5% of its plan into the culture and creative sector. That might seem a small amount when you say 2.5%, but that is actually in the top end of the brackets of what different European countries are doing with their recovery and resilience plan. Around 2% of this will be for, the program. That's also people working in jobs on the ground in universities, and we have two projects which are focusing on the training courses that are required for professionals, some to do with heritage and buildings heritage. These trainings are currently being rolled out. But what I wanted to highlight for you today is that you can get hold of these funding tools. There's a great agency which is responsible for Erasmus Plus that's based in Bordeaux and can explain to you how to put together a project. You shouldn't hesitate. This is a real good opportunity. We also decided in the context of Creative Europe to put 10% of our funds into training cultural operators in digital technologies, because this is a demand that we've been seeing from museums and almost all operators in cultural and creative sectors. they have highlighted the need to upgrade their knowledge and their skills in digital tools following on from the crisis. So that's something that we have strengthened funding for. One final thing, digital technology, but this time in terms of large-scale investments and platforms. We've funded a number of experimental projects, 3D creation, virtual reality projects, which will enable different audiences to be reached or to reach different audience. There have been a number of cooperation research projects that have been funded in these areas, and my colleagues who are focusing on this are currently thinking about how they could put together a professional digital platform for museums that would enable European museums to share their resources. It would be something that would work alongside Europeana, which you probably know. We will need to clearly define what is going to go into this project. So we're in a feasibility study at the moment for that. I'm going to wrap up my presentation there and just want to reaffirm this opportunity, the fact that Europe is very keen to support the cultural and creative sector. We are very aware of the importance of museums for territorial development, for social and economic cohesion, but also for human well-being, as I was saying. So beyond the purely heritage aspect, culture plays a fundamental role in Europe, and we're very aware of it, and that's why I'm delighted that you invited me today. And obviously I would be very happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madame Magnon. I don't know if you can hear the applause in the room, but your talk was very rich, full of a large range of information. I'm sure that some questions probably will be raised in the room here. Thank you for the idea of the guide. That's something that's very concrete and very necessary for us. You've talked about a number of different opportunities for us, areas in which we can maybe look for funding for our budgets. And I would highlight some of those figures that you showed us from the NEMO survey. We did a number of surveys as well between different associations. We've done it within ICOM as well. UNESCO as well has carried out some surveys. There's a lot of information in there, and from our point of view, I think they are really vital to understand the effects of the crisis and the effects of different societal issues on our museums. Thank you for mentioning it, because you say that when we do these surveys, these results are taken into account in your thinking and in your policy. So that does encourage us to continue. Before I hand over to Sunda, you talked about prescriptions for museums in Belgium. It makes me want to respond, because I got a very friendly text message from Nathalie Bourdil, who put prescriptions for museums on the agenda in Canada, and she sent me a message. She said, I've got an idea, a great idea for ICOM. We should work together on museum therapy. So I think you're talking about something that's very present for us. Thank you. Do stay with us, please, Catherine. And I suggest now that we put up the video from, is it Alberto? Yeah, Alberto before Suna. So for those who weren't here this morning, Alberto is the president of ICOM International. He gave us an opening speech, and we're going to hear from him for 8 or 9 minutes.
The impact of COVID-19 has been very hard for museums all around the world. According to international surveys carried out by ICOM since the beginning of the pandemic, 80 to 90% of revenue have been lost by their museums. But different types of museums have experienced these challenges differently. In most cases, large national museums have experienced less of an impact because the salaries of staff are paid by the state who support these institutions. But for private museums of small size, they've experienced extremely difficult situations, as well as for independent professionals in museums without specific support systems in their countries. Although many of them have found innovative ways of generating income and adapting their business model to the new normal, institutional support is essential. The problems that museums are facing in different countries are of many kinds: lack of funding, unsuitable legal frameworks, lack of trained professionals. The digital revolution is a question of training and new ideas, but also of public investment. A number of the policies put in place to support museums throughout the pandemic, such as the moratorium on rents and emergency funds, these cannot be made available in the long term, and they will soon come to an end if that's not already the case. Although they have been effective as a safety net for all museums, now we need to think about cultural policies that help support museum innovation at all levels, from municipal councils to central governments. We are going through a time where the political and legislative agenda is very full, and our political representatives are very busy. The most effective approach for museums is going to be specific in describing their problems and needs. We're going to need to give political recommendations based on tried and tested approaches with qualitative and quantitative data that describe the challenges and the opportunities faced by our sector. It is important to show the damage that the pandemic is doing to museums in relationship to the advantages that we offer to communities. Key figures include the percentage of loss of income or members of staff made redundant linked to the pandemic. We can tie this into the economic and employment questions and positive impacts of museums. There are a number of important indicators for museums. One important tool is the audit for local governments and communities, which ICOM has developed with the OECD. This guide offers strategies for best practice and indicators for promoting and measuring the impact of museums and the cultural and creative sector on the sustainable development of local communities. In September 2019, our general meeting in Kyoto adopted a resolution on the sustainability and the implementation of Agenda 2030 to transform our world. Agenda 2030 has become the fundamental reference for ICOM for the next decade and beyond. Reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals established by the UN and combating climate change are essential for our era. Museums are in a unique position to support environmental policies, disseminate scientific information and sustainable practices in local communities. The value of museums and of cultural institutions is recognized by governments all around the world. The interministerial meeting of the G20 group on culture, which took place in Rome, is evidence of this new political awareness around these issues. ICOM's participation was focused on the role of museums in the climate crisis. The final declaration of the Rome meeting exhorts us to include cultural and heritage policies in post-pandemic recovery programs, underlines the crucial role of museums and cultural institutions in the light of international challenges, and recommends the role of ICOM in international work. We need to facilitate local dialogue. Think globally and act locally. This is the slogan created in 1969 by David Brower, who founded the Friends of the Earth, and it's still relevant today. Creative initiatives and experimental policies often can be found at a local level. International organizations like ICOM are the ideal facilitators for this kind of global local dialogue. They offer forums that bring together experts, local governments, national representatives, and intergovernmental organizations. It's really important to show policymakers that the survival of museums is a fundamental issue for all. It's essential to recognize that all cultural institutions are indispensable and that we need to work together to ensure their sustainable future. The closure of local museums will impact communities just as much as the closure of its library or theatre, whether we're talking about art centres, archive centres, or cultural centres. These are all the threads of a fabric that connect us to our history, to our memory, to our territory, the place where we live. So, as we are faced with an uncertain future, this cultural fabric is more important than ever.
Vous l'avez entendu, je pense que ce message est important.
I think you heard this message. This is an important, strong message that we need to hear. This is what we're looking for as part of this big international organization, which ICOM is. Unfortunately, Alberto Galandini is in ICOM board meetings at the moment. We had hoped to be able to talk with him via Zoom, but unfortunately, he cannot be with us today. I think you heard very clearly in his message that he's encouraging in the work, us in the work that we're doing. And he sees a clear and important link between ICOM and ICOM France and other international organizations. There may be questions a bit later about these messages. We're just going to share the last important video that we received from Suna Altnoder, who's the head of the Movable Heritage and Museums Unit in the Culture Sector of UNESCO. Once again, Suna Altnoder was supposed to be joining us by video, but at the same time, she's taking part of in a UNESCO meeting that she really needed to be with. So I think because there's been such a lack of meetings, this month of September is seeing a whole number of different debates at the same time. And we're going to hear from her, and then we'll take a bit of time to discuss together in order and then I'll finish off by reading the message from Jacques Salois.
Excellences, distingués experts.
Your Excellencies, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad to be with you today for ICOM's annual meeting. Thank you to ICOM France for all their cooperation with UNESCO and their commitment to museum professionals, and also to the city of Nice, the winter resort town of the Riviera, listed on the UNESCO Heritage List since last July. I'd also like to pay tribute to museum professionals for their work day in, day out, and I'm so glad that many of them are here today. For more than a year, the pandemic has changed our life, and the museum sector around the world has paid a heavy price. 150 days on average of closure in 2020, visitors numbers down by up to 70%, and a drop in revenues of 40 to 60% as against 2019. These figures come from the 2021 UNESCO report on museums, and they're very concerning. Not only because the consequences of the pandemic impact the organization of the museum sector, but also because museums play a key role in and for our societies, in their economic and social life, and also for the recovery of the cultural sector as a whole. This is why your day of work today reflects the importance that that UNESCO accords to museums, and also the close connection that we have with ICOM. UNESCO is the home of museums, and their incredible diversity is a key part of our program. There are now more than 8,000 museums that are linked to UNESCO heritage sites. Many are connected to the represented list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity, or the register of good safeguarding practices. Museums are also places that promote creativity and the diversity of cultural expressions. The subaquatic heritage could be considered the largest open-air museum in the world. UNESCO, since its creation, has put a lot of effort into supporting the development of museums around the world through the establishment of international standards, such as the different cultural conventions and the recommendations of UNESCO from 2015 for museums and collections, their diversity and their role in society, which have become a reference throughout the world and are more relevant than ever. Through guidelines for policies, we provide expertise for our member states to strengthen national legislation, or we publish reports. Another example is the 4-year report that's coming up in 2023. This is an important report that examines the way in which our member states are putting in place policies to support museums. We offer technical support as well for the creation or renovation of museums. Once again, UNESCO is helping. An example here is the help given to the National Museum of Sudan in Khartoum or in Cairo. UNESCO has also worked to support museums by building capacity through our nearly 50 offices around the world, training on, for example, inventories, or the REORG program, which has been created with the International Center for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property, ICOM. UNESCO also works to raise the awareness of our visitors. We are very glad about the current exhibition at the Louvre about threatened heritage. We also organized with the Musée d'Orsay an event for the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination on the 21st of March 2019. Finally, UNESCO wants to give particular assistance to museums facing crises. For example, in Rio, where there was a fire that ravaged collections, in Zagreb, or in Beirut. All of this is only possible thanks to the connections and the interactions we have with our member states and partners around the world. This support is fundamental because at this time, in the middle of the pandemic, our museums and cultural heritage are facing unprecedented challenges due to unequal access The increasing number of museums in the world should not hide the fact that they are unequally distributed. Less than 1% are located in Africa and in the Arab world. They are also facing unprecedented challenges linked to the digital divide. Nearly half of humanity still don't have access to the internet. And also because of exposure to natural catastrophes and climate change impacts, many museums around the world, especially in Africa and small island states, are facing difficulties. Finally, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has reduced incomes and suspended the activities of many museums, making conservation and security measures in institutions very difficult, as well as challenges around connections with visitors, and which opens up the possibility of illicit traffic. Museums have always shown their strength. That's what museums are about. They change in a world that's changing. But this crisis is unprecedented. And at the same time, financial support for many cultural institutions around the world has drastically dropped. This is why, in the face of the pandemic, UNESCO has increased its efforts to help museums in these changes. Since 2020, UNESCO has reported 2 reports on the situation of museums in the world. We analyzed the situation of the 104,000 museums that we estimate are in the world to understand their situation and their vulnerability in the face of the pandemic, offering recommendations for our member states, including the need for large-scale policies to help with conservation of stocks and encourage preservation. We want to listen to their needs and help them to formulate solutions, and have launched regional consultations with eminent experts, starting with Africa, in line with UNESCO's Africa priority. The Africa study has just been finalized and will soon be published. We've also increased dialogue with civil society and other partners, and also with representatives from the governments via ministerial forums. This week, UNESCO organized a high-level forum on museums with the involvement of ICOM, of course. In 2022, Mondial Culte will be taking place 40 years after the first Mondial Culte, which was a key moment in the development of cultural policies around the world. UNESCO is looking to fulfill a key aspect of its mandate, to serve as a laboratory of ideas so that together we can work and move on together. UNESCO is the perfect place for this kind of work, because we are a universal place where all voices are heard, because we have the opportunity and responsibility to work in a concerted way. The lessons that we've learned from these discussions, consultations, and reports with regard to capacity building, for example, aim to guide our work for museums for the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one conviction that guides our work at UNESCO. We will only be able to resolve these crises together at an international level, with researchers, with the private partners, with international institutions. This is the goal of multilateralism. And this is what we're looking to do through large-scale cultural policies that ensure access to culture, the preservation of our heritage for the generations to come, and help museums to perform their essential functions as recommended in the 2015 report on museums and collections, in terms of justice and equality, in order to respond to the needs of museums. To prepare for the future, we continue to serve museums around the world in their diversity. UNESCO and the big multilateralism family is an agency who helps us to think about the future of our society, but it comes with all the other agencies and member states so that we can work together to produce results that are on the level of the needs and expectations. Thank you for your attention.
Même si Alberto Garlandini et Sunal Knoder ne pouvaient pas être parmi nous, qu'il nous délivre les messages que vous venez d'entendre. Je crois que ce sont des messages forts et profonds qui doivent nous convaincre, chacun d'entre nous, que nous sommes membres de réseaux qui sont construits, solides.
They convince us that we're all members. These messages convince us that we're all members of a world working together. And this is particularly important in this period where we're working together. And I think our key word, our watchword during this time must be solidarity. And that remains the case. That's the message that we have heard in these two videos that we've just heard.
So now we have just a few minutes left in order to try to stick to the timings we set. It's almost miraculous that we've managed to do this. I would like to read out the text that Jacques Sellois has prepared for us. It'll just take us a few minutes. We could maybe have some questions and answers now, but I would actually like to suggest that we keep them and that we start the afternoon session with a few questions that might have come up while you've been having lunch. So this afternoon we're going to have a bit more time. That's, I think, the suggestion I'd like to make. I'd like to read out the text by Jacques Sellois. For many of us, Jacques Sellois is an eminent figure in the world of museums. He was director of Musée de France from 1990 to 1994. He was head advisor to Jacques Lang. He was a key advisor at the time when all of the new structures and policies that the minister had wanted to put in place in order to support artistic creation. He's somebody who has in some ways stepped back from museums, but not that much, because he works quite a bit in the area. He produces a number of papers and texts. He's a key figure in the world of museums. I wanted him to come, but he wasn't able to come and speak to us. I think he is nonetheless online. Let me read his text. 40 years of renovations, museum creations, and increase in the visits had led to us forgetting that they could be fragile. The pandemic has reminded us of this, but in some ways it's been useful. It might help us to challenge some of the choices that we've made. The sudden drop in footfall has affected all museums. For many of them, there was a local and loyal audience, and the consequences were modest. They could have maybe been fairly inexistent if the health precautions would have enabled them not to close, but that's not the same case for the bigger museums. They've had to think about their direction and think about refocusing on their audiences. In the large Paris museums, and particularly the biggest ones, the national domestic audience had become a minority. This needs to be for the state an opportunity to define the management of all of the museums, the different areas, exhibition in Paris from Trocadero to Beaubourg. The question is for Paris, but other areas as well. It's also a question of regional and national development. Jacques Sellois was also responsible for territorial planning after being director of the museums in France. The state must not consider that the local branches set up by the Louvre and National Museum of Modern Art are enough. A deliberate policy of deposits and redeployment of collections in the large, medium and small museums in our regions has been recommended, and it is now becoming an obvious thing we need to do. The pandemic has challenged visitor numbers in our museums. It can also threaten their collections. In the richest countries, prestigious museums have had to put their works away, their very soul. We need to make this debate that was started in Tokyo rather clumsily within ICOM and take it further. Whatever the result, France needs to stand strong on what has been its history and wealth. A museum is not a place for speech illustrated by a choice of objects. It's a collection that's been put together over time by successive generations, explained, commented, sometimes in a contradictory manner for the visitors. There's ongoing support from the community reassures its vitality. The states have not challenged this over the period, which is a lucky thing. This principle of inalienability of our national treasures is at the heart of our traditions for centuries. In a time troubled by civil war much more than by today's pandemics, Michel L'Hôpital explained to Charles IX that he had treasures from its predecessors. The principle was consecrated in law. There was nothing that a government could do to ignore this. This principle should not be trampled underfoot, otherwise our museums would become more fragile. Dear Juliette, well, you asked me to share my convictions. I'm a long-standing member of ICOM. I don't have any responsibilities anymore, but I'm a lover of museums since my youngest age. I'm still activist in favor of museums. I have faith in the museum community to get through the challenges of this time and take all opportunities to come back stronger. I think this text, these few words that Jacques Salois has given us, gives us a very important, a very strong message. I think it was important to hear it. That's why I wanted to read it out in full. I think we'll maybe take a few questions now. A few hands are raised here in the room. Let's have a short discussion. Okay, Anne Dupfler. Delighted to give you the chance to speak again. I'm Anne Dupfler, Director of the National Museums of the 20th Century in the Alpes-Maritimes. I'd like to come back to this question of digital technology. It's the only means that we had to communicate with the public, and that's one of the interesting aspects of this crisis, is that we've all developed and moved forward. We had our minds opened. I was a strong proponent of analog museums, but we needed to expect that some visitors, some members of the public couldn't come to the museum but want to be in contact with it. So this need for training has been very clearly expressed. I think there's a need for general training in digital culture. There needs to be training for decision makers, but also training for the teams that manufacture, if you like, the products that the decision makers will have imagined. There's obviously a cost issue. Either things will be subcontracted, which requires money, or we do it in-house, but our teams are already generally pretty busy, so we don't often have people sitting around twiddling their thumbs who are specialized in digital technology. So there is a need for resourcing for this. It needs to become a key aim. One aspect that I'm very attached to, and we don't often mention enough when we talk about digital technologies, we've talked about putting collections online. There is an issue around copyright. All museums who hold modern and contemporary artworks are subject to copyright rules, and this issue is not often raised. It should be talked about. Either we breach the copyright rules. I think that's unimaginable in this country, or we have to pay into the fund for copyright holders. There are some museums for which putting works online is a high cost. It's very important for modern art museums for regional structures that present contemporary art, and smaller structures around France that have a wealth in this area. They will need some financial support. This is an issue that needs to be examined by the ministry. It's relevant to everyone, and I really wanted to highlight this point of digital technology because it implies copyright payments for some types of works. So you're partly working, answering one of our questions, what cultural policy does museums need? I would like to get to Jérôme to respond to you, but I don't know whether Catherine Magnan will be with us this afternoon. So if you've got any specific questions for Catherine, do ask them to her. Yes, indeed, the issues around modern art and contemporary creation are very important. There is ongoing dialogue. Estelle Guy-Debut, who's here, represents museums in this slide. And yes, the cost of digital technologies are quite high. Alongside that, we do need to take into account the payments that need to be made. They believe that the artists should receive copyright payments for this. We're in discussions with the General Directorate of Artistic Creation, who represents this movement within our ministry. So, in order to ensure that this very virtuous measure wouldn't create an obstacle for putting things online. So I know that when we work in different authorities, there are sometimes challenges to think about how they should account for certain spendings. So we're very aware of this issue. I'm afraid I haven't got an easy answer to give you. I haven't got a solution, but we're very aware of the challenges. We want to make sure our institutions can support contemporary creation, but it is clear that the impact is different for museums that are focusing on modern and contemporary art than those who have older collections. So that's a particular issue in this area. But these are some of the challenges we're aware of. It's connected. It's connected to what Mrs. Magnan was saying related to the Europeana platform and things like that. This is why we need greater support from the ministry, because heritage is an area of the public realm, and I think we're very strong in this area in France. There are some territorial museums that tap into this. The Ministry of the Museum of Brittany, for example. But we need training, and we need tools. We need our museum professionals to get tools. There are some training within ICOM, but we need to know how to go about things. It's not necessarily about having lots of money. There are lots of ways to work it, but it requires a strategy, and I think we need to work on that. Sorry, I'm afraid they're not speaking to microphones, so we can't give an English translation at this stage. Just to supplement what Jérôme and Céline have said, and to respond to Anne Dupfer, we are very aware of the specific issues around modern and contemporary art, which remains subject to copyright and is not in the public domain. I do want to highlight what Céline says about the significant effort that still needs to be made to put online collections that aren't affected by this project. I do think we should make a massive effort to put collections online, those items which don't have this issue. So the service with Laurent Manœuvre, who heads it up, is very much disposed to offer training to museums that want to do this. I know we're asking a lot of the museums in all sorts of areas, and Anne was saying we can't, or we can always find the human resources that we need in order to do these things, but But it is important, and the crisis is the pandemic has shown us the importance of this. I think a number of speakers this morning have highlighted that. So that should be something that becomes a priority, obviously in connection with the means resources that are available for that. Good afternoon. I wanted to highlight the strong commitment from the researchers of the National Centre for Scientific Research who are working hand in hand with museums, particularly around issues of digital creation and the creation of specific platforms. For example, Manum, CNRS researchers are working on this. Sculpturo is a program focusing on sculpture around the Mediterranean. So just to highlight that here at the CNRS, the National Centre for Scientific Research, we've learned to work in a different way in order to support museums in France and in other countries, because some of our missions and assignments around the world, and this digital issue is something that our researchers have been providing support in. Just before we break, is it Catherine Magnan with us still? Do you want to add anything else before we go? Yes, I'm still here with you. I'm listening very carefully. It's already important to hear directly from people. There are lots of reports from experts, but it's important to hear what museum directors say, like the lady who's just spoke from the CNRS. So thank you very much for your invitation. I just want to take this opportunity to say there is a message to say that the person from the CNRS that we could perhaps get in contact. I would be very interested to have a direct contact with her. I've been delighted to hear your discussions. I can see that the policies that we are putting in place seem to be relevant to the expectations. So I've been pleased to be able to check up on that. It's been a good reality check for me. I think that we are speaking the same language. We might want to do more. There are certainly areas we want to do better, but the questions of digital technologies and platforms require some technical choices that are difficult. Everything needs to be interoperable. We need to have systems that can be used across different European countries. That's a bit of a challenge because people have to agree on that. Linguistic questions for European platforms are a significant challenge if we really want to take a fully European dimension. But I think it's important to work together and do these kind of things together. I'm delighted that you've been able to hear me, and I've been able to hear from you as well. So thank you very much, Catherine Magnan. So, dear guests, we're going to stop there. And yes, if you don't mind keeping your question for the start of the afternoon, we're a quarter of an hour late. We're going to come back a quarter of an hour later than the program. So we're going to come back at 2:45 French time. Please don't be late because we've got a fairly busy afternoon. So have a good lunch, and we'll see you over the other side for the buffet in about 5 minutes for those who are present. Oh, just to answer Celine's question, there is a buffet for everybody who is present at the National Museum of Sport.
Du coup, j'allais dire Elliot, c'est un concert. Paul est allé.
Museums of the 20th Century in the team department and who is one of the co-organizers of this day. Then we have Estelle Guil-Debut, qui est his head curator, responsible for modern and contemporary art at the French Ministry of Culture. I have Bruno Guillerot, who is the director of the Palais des Beaux-Arts and the Museum of the Hospice Comtesse in Lille. And then we have Laure Pressac, who is from Beaux-Arts Consulting and a teacher at Sciences Po. And then we have Marie Grasse, who is the director of the National Sport Museum and co-organizer of this day. And then remotely we have Pap and Day. I don't know if we can see him. He's here with us today. And we also have Serfé Kervran, who is also with us remotely. So, what we've prepared to get this debate, perhaps I could say a few words first of all about the fact that we are faced with a dual observation. First of all, the health crisis has increased inequalities at a number of different levels. And it has also led, and we said this a lot this morning, to some of our cultural institutions, at least for the museums, have been deprived because they've been closed. So as Marie Grasse said this morning in the introduction, sport and culture are very important players in maintaining this social cohesion, and that's what we're going to be talking about during this round table.
Ah bah lui il s'est foutu en rideau aussi. Non bah on va peut-être arrêter de jouer 5 minutes avec les trucs.
Recording in progress. Merci beaucoup. Je vais commencer la première partie. 2 ou 3 minutes juste d'introduction. D'abord je veux vous remercier de cette invitation. Et je suis très honorée d'être ici parce que comme vous l'avez noté, je suis peut-être la seule de la pièce qui n'est pas actuellement en fonction dans une institution culturelle, mais qui travaille à côté dans une petite structure.
For a cultural institution, but I am working alongside them as part of a small organization that's trying to help culture have a positive impact. I used to be part of the National Monuments Centre responsible for digital policy, and I could see the social aspect of museums from that perspective. Perhaps the first thing is that when we talk about social, I always wonder about what we mean by that word. And what it means in a dictionary, according to the dictionary, is the relationships between individuals and a collective. And it places museums at the heart of public space, the agora. I'd encourage you to read the book called Living Museum, which talks about the change of the role of museum directors from an expert into someone who has an intermediate role in society. And they have a central role in society. I've put a picture of Christophe Pomian here. I'm sure you all have the book on the history of museums, and he expresses it much better than me. What he says in this quote here is that there is a kind of reflection of ourselves. Museums function as showcases and also mirrors, and this is what I've highlighted here in the quote. They have new collective beliefs and they tend to ensure equal access to cultural goods. That's what museums do. This is the central role of the social role of museums. And have we succeeded in this? Well, I don't think we have really. I'm not going to give you a summary of my 20 years of study in this area. But all of this was before 2020, but since then we've experienced a pandemic which has opened up a whole number of questions about this chaos and has unmasked us while unmasking a whole number of fragilities in our sector. What you have on the right here is Chinese writing for crisis. These are two ideograms. The one on the left talks about danger, and on the right it expresses opportunity. And as we said this morning, there are a lot of positive things that have come from this period. That doesn't mean it's a great thing, but it means that culture, like other areas of social life, are a place of combat, and that museums are in a race to overcome this situation. I'm not going to go back over the figures that were given this morning. 90% of museums were closed around the world. But there has been a loss of meaning for some staff in museums. Healthcare professionals have been into the extremes of their profession, of their meaning. But for us, we had the essential nature of our work questioned. So rather than going over everything that has been done, I'll let others talk about that, but I think it raises this question of the social connection and these societal issues that we'll perhaps come back to later when I speak later. Thank you, Laure, for this introduction, which helps us to understand the different challenges of the issues that we're facing today. So, first of all, I'd like to hear from Bruno Guillervaux, who, when we prepared this roundtable event, he had a phrase which I think wrapped everything up well. This idea that the social issues are in the DNA of museums in the north of France. That really struck me, and I'm going to hand over to you to talk to us about that a bit more. Yes, I wouldn't say it's just museums in the north, but it's an area that has experienced a lot of economic hardship, and we perhaps experienced more than others because it's a vulnerable area. For decades, this has been a key focus for museums in the north. I had a PowerPoint. I don't know if this is the right time, but in terms of the questions that you're asking me, I link into another question that we asked and that we worked on during the lockdown. The question of the online presence of museums, trying to work out whether we can have a strong online presence and work on our websites and social media without taking away from a visit on site. And this is a concern and a question, and I'd like to show you perhaps how we worked on that in Lille. I think I've got the controls, so I've got a PowerPoint with a lot of different images. It might be a bit difficult to follow, but we faced the same challenge as everybody else. We were closed during the first lockdown, and then the second lockdown we got shut down again, but we could move out of the institution. So when we talk about presence online, we did a lot of work to be outside of the museums, and we have a good opportunity because we have resources which enabled us to have a strategy in this area. We did a lot of work outside of the museum itself. We got all of our teams involved, our lecturers, our artistic workshop leaders, and all these different people got involved all around the city, in schools, in creches, and in many different ways. We have a whole number of people this morning even who talked about the importance of the social role of museums in this crisis, and we had more than 220 operations that touched thousands of people. But the question is more, how can we stay visible during this period? I'll go very quickly over this question of what we did online, because a lot of museums have done this kind of work with online conferences, because we saw straight away that we had 3 or 4 times more people coming than when we did local events on site, and this is something worth thinking through. And what the consequences of this now is that 1 in 4 of our conferences are online, because we reach a lot more people that way. We did everything that everybody else did with conference sessions. We provided a lot of content online that we tried to put in place. We had patrons who helped us to produce about 15 really good quality videos, and we produced some podcasts aimed at adults, and we had a whole amount of content that we were able to put in order and create a YouTube channel so that we could bring it all together in a cohesive way and present it. So going very quickly over all the different activities that could be put in place by families, by individuals, online and online only. But what I wanted to talk particularly about was an operation that involved bringing together the online museum and the physical reality of what's happening in museums. I think the first image that we saw this morning in the first roundtable was the Getty Museum. I just want to say it wasn't the Getty Museum that started this, but actually 3 young people who were sharing a flat in the Netherlands, and they were bored and they started doing this kind of thing, and so that's why the name was Tussenkunsten Quarantaine, art in quarantine. And the results of this was really remarkable. We launched this project, and we had hundreds of different images that were posted with lots of humor around works that are present in the Fine Arts Museum in Lyon. These are things that maybe raise questions about the normal visitors we expect to see in museums. Some of these photos were really very, very good. We already we're in collaboration with a number of communities online, and we'd tried to transform this dialogue with online communities into an operation that could have a physical form in the museum. After that challenge, when we really saw the quality of these images, we decided to launch an operation as soon as the museum was opened again, to create a cultural mediation itinerary within the museum, a physical one, based on 50 images out of the thousands that were posted, with an itinerary within the museums. They were turned into plates that went under works in the museum. So we went from this virtual approach to a physical connection with the people involved in this project. So we invited one of the creators of this project. You can see this lady to my left on the photo in the white dress. She was one of these 3 young Dutch ladies who launched this challenge. So we invited her to come for this cultural mediation itinerary, and all of the people that had produced images came, some of them even came from abroad. And this is what it looked like physically. So why did we do this? Because we felt that it was something that the public had done so well that there needed to be a physical reflection of what they had done. So perhaps won't talk about all the images that have followed, because this experiment isn't a first for us. We'd already done partnerships with people working on Instagram. We'd launched operations where we gave a community of Instagrammers the opportunity to come and take photos within the museum when it was closed, and visit parts of the museum that you don't normally go to. So there is no contradiction actually between a strong online presence and trying to transform this relationship into a more traditional relationship that leads to a visit of the museum. So last two things to say would just be that if we had to show the power of museums, we are creating a TikTok account. We haven't yet finished that. We'll have done that by the end of the year. But there is a video that has been posted on Open Museum. This is something that opened in mid-June, a few days after the opening, and there's been 300,000 views of this video on TikTok, and with Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, we're now at 600,000 views. And while I really want to defend the physical, the presence, of the museum online, that online presence, which despite the fact that because of my age, I'm not actually on any social media network. Thank you very much for this contribution that shows us how important and social media networks can be, and the way in which we can develop them. Just one question: do we have any idea of measurement of the way that is converted into visitor numbers?
Currently, we are doing some occasional surveys to try and find out what we can call the transformation rate between online visits and physical visits. This transformation rate is fairly low actually for the moment, and that's why we think that we need to find new ways of relating to our audience. But if I take the example, we haven't done any studies of the François Bouc Open Museum, which had a lot of Facebook campaigns. There's been 75,000 visitors, and this Open Museum hasn't finished. There was very little poster advertising in the city, very little advertising, but our conclusion seems to indicate that there's a correlation between social media activity and physical attendance at the event. Perhaps it's also a factor of the work that you've done outside of the walls of the museum. It might have opened up the idea of the museum to people who wouldn't have thought of going through the doors. Well, yes, that's something that we do measure this. This is the 7th edition of our Open Museum initiative, which reaches out to people who aren't used to going to museums. And as it happens, we think that about 50% of people who are visiting it are on their first visit to a museum. On the first editions, we'd got like 70% of people who were at a museum for the first time. So a lot of people who come in have never been into a museum. And the mayor of Lille wanted museums to be free for under 30 years old. And so more than 30% of our visitors to the Open Museum are under 30s. That is, for us, a fantastic result. So the support of the social networks, which is important, but it's also the nature of the Open Museum initiatives, which does focus on a younger audience. So we're seeing objective, concrete results, remarkable results, I would add, actually. Thank you very much. I want to suggest that our second speaker now, Pape Ndiaye, could make his presentation to us now. Yes, I can hear you very well, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, thank you very much. I'm really sorry that I can't be with you. I had a last-minute problem which prevented me from coming, I'm afraid. I nonetheless send very warm greetings. I'm Pape Ndiaye, the Director General of the Porte Dorée Palace, which brings together the National Museum of the Monument to Immigration, the monument itself, and then a connection with the Tropical Aquarium. My first comment might seem somewhat paradoxical to you. It's to say that the pandemic and the closure of an establishment like mine, or so many, is something that has led to a number of conclusions that we could draw. And one of the lessons we learned is that we had time. We had time to take our nose out of the grindstone and think about things. There were things that when we're in a rush in our normal work, and we don't often have the time for that thinking. So that's something that I noticed when I was chatting with people in different museums around the world. I found out that they and their teams have been able to set up seminars, strategic initiatives which hadn't been able to take place prior to the pandemic. A second comment I'd like to make is related to the period that we've been walking through, including the reopening of our museums. I would note the reduction or the absence even of international visitors, particularly if you think of the major central museums in Paris. Louvre, for example, has about 80% of international visitors. That has had an effect. You can see that one of the effects of that has been to reconnect the museums with local visitors, with the local population, people who hadn't perhaps thought of going to the museum, people who to whom the museums hadn't perhaps paid enough attention. In a lot of these big museums, a lot of attention is paid to international visitors for all sorts of reasons. And there's a new thing that has taken place. I was talking about this the day before yesterday with British colleagues, and they highlighted the fact that museums have taken a renewed interest in their local audiences, people living very close by to the museum, just a few tube stops away, the people in their local communities, and the museums have been more attentive to these groups. So obviously there's been a renewal of action targeting these types of communities with cultural mediation. That's something that we've worked on in quite an intensive way throughout this recent summer period, I highlighted a key interest for us in the voluntary sector, local associations. I wanted to make sure I took the time to go out and meet local associations and discuss things with them here and there in order to understand the cultural projects they had, exhibitions, shows, lectures, and so on, and to find out their level of interest in our program. I think that's been a key thing we have learned from the year and a half that we've been through. Beyond the pandemic, I wanted to make a broader comment about the sequence of events that we've seen over the last few years, where we've seen some significant forms of popular movements, major mobilizations, which I think raise some questions about the social role of museums. For me, there are perhaps three that have been very visible. There's the mobilization around environmental issues, and currently we hear a lot of talk about what we refer to as sustainable museums. The organization France Museum has started thinking a lot about what it means to be a sustainable museum. We're thinking about the way we can do more environmentally friendly museum designs. The second thing is obviously the Me Too movement, issues around gender equality and the fight against gender-based violence. That is a very strong movement, and that raises questions that museums should be addressing, both in terms of the place of women in museums, but also raises questions about gendered biases that museums might have. That's something that museums, just like other institutions, cannot avoid thinking about in the things that they're exhibiting, in the artists, in the events that they're offering. I think that's a very important area, a very useful area to be thinking about for each one of us. The third very significant movement that emerged particularly last year is the Black Lives Matter anti-racism movement, which had very significant effects in the world of culture. This movement raises questions that museums need to answer about their cultural offerings, about the people who work in museums. There have been a number of publications and press articles which raise some really interesting questions on this issue. And cultural institution, I think, is perhaps even more relevant to performing arts than the visual and plastic arts. I may be wrong about that, but I was thinking in particular of the big meeting of the Bison group, which drew together leaders of some of the major cultural institutions to think about these issues of cultural democracy, how we speak to different groups, what means can we use, what are the biases, what are the stereotypes that are out there, and what discriminatory processes may exist within the world of culture. Here are some key questions, I think, which go beyond the issue of the pandemic in strict terms, but the pandemic may have accentuated these questions to some extent. With respect to cultural democracy, we could go a step further and say that 71% of French people never go to museums. That is a fairly stable percentage. It's remained the same for many years, despite all of the sums that are spent on that. If we go beyond France, there are about 100,000 museums around the world. That's what UNESCO estimates 104,000, with a very uneven geographical distribution. Among of these 104,000 museums, about 0.8% are in Africa, just to talk about this distribution. So there's a whole range of questions there which are not necessarily directly linked to or born out of the pandemic, but which the pandemic may nonetheless have accentuated or highlighted. The pandemic, in any case, may have offered us a moment to reflect. It's possible to do. And to a great extent, I am delighted to see that many museums have reflected and committed in some of these areas. To give you an example, in preparing the exhibitions that we're looking forward to in the next couple of years, it seemed important to me that it is important to consider society as a whole as a source of visitors who come to visit our institutions. But we need to consider society without looking down on it, without taking a role of supposedly being experts. We need to try to draw in society in preparing our exhibitions. We need to consult with society. We need to consult with associations. This is very obvious to me when we talk about a museum of immigration. There are migrant associations which we can speak to in order to get perspectives and have some kind of social antennae, if you like, in order to think about the things that we want to show. From a very pragmatic point of view, it might be about collecting objects and items in order to be able to display them to the public. So this kind of interaction and working hand in hand with a cultural world that is asking for this. I was able to observe it with some surprise. They're often a bit surprised if we contact them and reach out to them before an exhibition starts. So I think there's a big piece of work that we need to do, which will involve reaching out from the museum in order to generate a sensitive approach to society in connection with the projects that we are planning, so that museums become not just a place to visit, like customers visit somewhere, but that museums can be a place that local communities can take ownership of, feel that it belongs to them, a place where people feel good, because they're not just passing visitors, but they're in some way stakeholders as members of a social group or population who may live nearby to the museum in question. So beyond the pandemic, there's a range of questions that seem fairly interesting, which I think we need to think about on a national level or international level. I realized this for performing arts that I've been working with in another role, but these things have been thought about quite widely in other countries. So the conversation can quite easily be an international conversation about these subjects. We should look at what is going on elsewhere, look at good practice, best practice. So that's why I'm very pleased to be part of this roundtable discussion this afternoon.
Thank you very much for that excellent presentation, which is really very interesting and goes right to the heart of what is bringing us together today. Thank you for summarizing all that we're talking about. So we want to give a certain social sensitivity to museums and help people to take ownership of them. And I think that the experience that Estelle and Sophie are going to talk with us about is indeed helps people to take ownership of museums. This is a participatory exhibition. I'm not sure which of you is going to start, but I'll let you take over here. Thank you very much, Bertrand. I first just wanted to check that Sophie, can you hear us okay? Yes, I can hear you very well. I hope you can hear me. So we're working together with Sophie because we're going to tell you about an experience that we've been through together, a participatory experience that I was able to start when I was still the director of the museum in Pont-Aven, and then Sophie took it over in her new role, and she took over from me in these two museums in Pont-Aven and Concarneau. When I went to work in the Ministry of Culture on the 16th of March 2020, which was an unusual time to start. So I wanted to just explain a little bit the territory where we are based in the south of Finistère, so in Brittany. And we have an unusual history because it's a museum that was created by a handful of citizens in the 1980s, and they said, we haven't got a museum here, even though people know the name Pont-Aven, it's a name that's heard around, and it is our responsibility to found a museum here. So it was a bit of a crazy experience, and now I work for the Ministry of Culture, and I think we didn't really tick the boxes of what a museum needed to be because we didn't even have a collection at the beginning. So this museum was founded and then refounded because when I arrived in 2006, the municipality was looking to expand the museum. In the end, what we did was redesign it. We went and developed a new museum, which was launched in 2006. It was a collection that was expanded. We now have 1,500 artifacts, and visitors, there were a lot of visitors already, about 50,000 a year, even before we redesigned the museum. And when it was redesigned in 2016, we had 100,000 visitors every year. So we wanted to share this, not only because we're museum professionals and we're sharing together, but because this was an experience of citizenship. The museum was designed as a tourist museum. It was a key aspect of Brittany and the tourist offering. And I was a key part of this, and we generally tended to prioritize tourists, and we tended to choose exhibition subjects on the basis of tourists, and we had a lot of foreign tourists coming. But our work on the museum didn't end in 2016 when the new museum was launched, but actually there was work to do to develop a museum for local residents. In 2009, when I was working for the Museum of Pont-Aven, together with my team, we thought that we could give more room to our local residents and let them choose the works of a temporary exhibition. This was particularly worthwhile because, like any curator, when you're opening up a new museum and you have 1,500 artifacts, you can't show everything at the Pont-Aven Museum. So with the team, we realized there were a number of items that were in the reserve. And so very quickly, we wanted to offer a selection of our items in the reserve. And so beyond the idea of involving local residents, there was also a desire to get the whole team involved and all the different specialities. Exhibitions are not just the work of curators. We wanted to involve all of our staff, both at the Fishing Museum and the Pont-Aven Museum, which have a pooled team. So we weren't starting from zero, because we've already talked about work outside of museum walls today, but we had a whole program of events outside the museum. Once again, I'm going to tell you the truth. This action was a necessity because we had about 2.5 years, and in the end it was a bit more than this, of work in our museum, renovation works, and we felt that we couldn't allow that to stop us from connecting with our visitors. We used digital tools already, but we went to localities to talk about the museum, to talk about what we were doing. And some people were perhaps critical about the money that was being invested in this museum, so there was an opportunity to debate with people. And we discovered that this experience outside the walls was so important for the museum that even when it reopened, we still needed to have these kind of events. So here are photos that perhaps are now a little bit old from an exhibition that we presented in different public areas around the agglomeration. We worked in schools, in libraries, in town halls, and we could see that there was a really positive change in terms of the visitors that came along. So I just wanted to remind you of the dates of this participatory organization, exhibition, which was planned from the 17th of October 2020 to the 3rd of January 2021. And then when Sophie took over in June 2020, she picked up the project, and with the same team, they refocused it. And so I'll let her tell the rest of the story. Thank you, Estelle. I'll let you just keep moving the PowerPoint on. As Estelle was saying, we could go right back to 2008 with other museums in the Rennes Museum, or in Poitiers, or Carte Blanche, other museums involving young people, but our exhibition called Réserve Ouvre-toi, Open Up Reserves. This was an exhibition that we often thought was a cursed exhibition that was never going to happen, but actually it was able to bounce back through all the different lockdowns, because actually these different lockdowns made it possible for us to increase the participatory aspect. So during the first lockdown, there was a vote on the internet and on social media. We invited internet users to choose 35 pieces from the 50 pieces, 35 for the 35 years of the museum's age. And we did this in a participatory way, involving all of our staff teams. And this vote was from the 1st of May to the 7th of June during the first lockdown, and it was a real success with about 2,000 participants. In fact, it was much more than we would have expected in a normal period, and involved a lot of digital technologies to maintain connection with our audiences. We also had national participants, people from outside our area, but it was also good for keeping in touch with local residents. And we saw a real love for collections based in Brittany and in our particular territory. So when it was opened for the first time after the first lockdown, we really felt that it was important to maintain and even rebuild our connections with our visitors. And just basing our project around a vote felt like it was weakening the project. So we wanted to increase the public involvement in the content of the exhibition. How did we do that? By radical hanging of works from 1 to 35 on the basis of the number of votes that they had received. And this was a rather radical approach which curators are not used to. If we come back to the first slide, we worked with the Friends of the Museum Association and a social centre to produce these descriptor plates. They had poems on them, which are really very moving. You can see them here on the screen. So on the Belengo merchants, somebody writes about a young girl in flowers waiting for Godot, etc., etc. And so this part of participation went beyond how we would normally expect it to operate. And then we also launched a number of podcasts on history of art, which were broadcast on our website and within the exhibition. And we created a room that lined up with the rest of the exhibition, which was called This Way for the behind-the-scenes perspective. And people could discover our job by framing works or finding out how curators work, what our job is. We saw citizens really taking ownership of heritage in a way that really helped our institution to take its place in its local territory and to break this invisible wall between citizens and the museum and help them get over the threshold. And the press picked up a lot of our headlines with headlines like "The public are in control," "The museums out of lockdown are getting close to people," "Museums without reserves." And so the lockdown number 2, because actually the exhibition was opened up 2 weeks before the second lockdown, and this second lockdown created a real expectation because we maintained connections and people were looking forward to seeing what we'd written on the descriptor plates, and people wanted to see their own piece, the one that they had responded in particular to. And I'm thinking about expectation and waiting, but the piece that was selected with the most votes was called Waiting. It was called Waiting by Alfred Delob. You can see a sailor's wife looking at the horizon, and you can imagine that that really did express our feeling at that time as we waited for this hypothetical opening that we'd been promised. So we continued this participatory approach on social media, involving internet users and getting children to comment on works. We did Facebook Live events where we fed into that desire to get the museum working and help people to take ownership. And we kind of wanted to stir up people's desire for the museum and keep in touch with our visitors in this way. I will just finish off by talking about this question that I had of whether we could end up in a kind of superficial kind of participation. And what I came to conclude is that even if we are somewhere behind, as fine arts museums, we're behind eco-museums and society museums, there was a real sharing of authority in the museum with our visitors without devaluing the expertise of our professionals. And people together, professionals and audiences together, the institution and the public together. And it makes us ask questions about our practices. How should we explain to our visitors why we've made certain choices and how things should be presented, why some pieces remain in the reserves? How can we improve our educational approach? Of course, we share some of these questions with our visitors, and this experience has taken us into broader experiences where we involve people more and more in our activities. We're going to have a virtual tour of our permanent exhibition with the local mission and young people who are being helped to integrate into employment. And so this day-to-day museums play together refers to an exhibition that we have coming up, an exhibition that's taking place in two places, in Pont-Aven and Quimper. So our museums in Brittany are building stronger connections together with our local residents around us. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm just going to ask a question following what you've shared, a question that comes from one of our colleagues, Lucien de Furia, who's asking, could the Pont-Aven Museum specify how they bring together the participation of local residents and the scientific narrative of the content of the exhibition?
Well, I think that it's through this offset display cards, the fact that we had a different view of the works, a view that another perspective different to that of the experts and the museum professionals. We decided not to talk about them from a scientific point of view. We allowed poetry, drama, and storytelling to tell the story in a different way, a different perspective. Yeah, and just to complete what Sophie was saying, we made a very deliberate choice actually, because we'd just reissued the guide to our collections. We've got a permanent collection alongside it, which tells the story of the school at Pont-Aven. It's just another perspective. I don't think they're in any way opposed. They're very complementary, in fact. To continue our debate now, I want to hand over to Anne Dopfer, and I want to ask Anne and also also Marie to talk a little bit, perhaps more quickly than some of the speakers, because we're running a little bit late, and we want to have a bit of time for questions and so on. So we saw ways in which local people were able to find their place within the museum through getting involved in programming, through playing a role in curation. But there's also a question about the role of artists. How do you maintain the relationship with artists? I'm going to hand over to Anne so she can talk a bit more about this. When we prepared for this conference and we were thinking about the social role played by museums, it's obviously a societal role which contributes to democratization but goes much further. Museums are a venue, a place within the city, and in our case, the national museums in the Alpes-Maritimes department of France. So these are places that we are trying to create encounter between the public and our great masters. But there is also a place for contemporary creation within the project. So in the first weeks of the first lockdown, we contacted people, we contacted artists to see how they were. We were worried about everyone. We didn't know how the disease was going to spread, or we reached out to different people, and I said to myself, it's great to reach out and find out how people are doing, but for visual artists, this situation is very hard, very cruel, in fact, because they didn't know how long the situation was going to last, like everyone. But artists are often somewhat isolated. There isn't really a trade union of artists. They were losing income. They were losing the opportunity to show off their work, which could generate income. So I wanted to think a little bit about this topic, and I'll present to you a little bit what we've seen. It would take several volumes of works to present the history of the relationship between artists and the museum. Here's a picture by Hubert Robert, which I wanted to show you, because this view shows a period at which artists were at home within the museum. There were artists who lived in the Louvre. The first curators of paintings were themselves artists. Even the architects were there. As you see in this painting, the artists are sitting down, bending over, standing up, copying the work of the masters, and they are clearly very much at home. Let me remind you that in the early days of the Louvre was open to artists only in the week, and the public just came to visit in the weekends. So the artists were at home, but during the 19th century, the model changed. In the 19th century, they were at home because they came in to copy the work of their masters and their ancestors. But during the 19th century, there was a breakdown in the relationship between artists and the museum, leading to the fact that artists ended up saying things like, burn the museums. The situation has changed today because, of course, artists have a significant place in the life of museums, particularly in modern and contemporary art museums, but not only there. They work in curation. Here is our most recent contemporary art exhibition, where Cécile Barthes worked as a kind of architect, fighting against the idea of these white walls, the white cube of a museum. So in our plan, in our project, we work with artists, we invite them, we obviously pay them. In September 2019, we received a government circular, we all did, which reminded us that we needed to not just refund their expenses, but also to pay them for their time. One might think I'm a bit obsessed with the issue of copyright. It's not entirely the case, but after the back of this circular, there is something that we need to get organized, which is to do with the right to exhibit. There might be something to pay to artists in order to display works by artists. It would be legitimate to pay for the right to display works. If artists for exhibitions, for residencies, here's an artist that was working in Valoris. A more recent experience here with the exhibition by the performer Violaine Lochu. We hosted her during lockdown to film this video that you can see. It was filmed in the chapel during lockdown. There were lots of things we couldn't do, but we were allowed to do film shoots. So we used this right. We allowed the artist to come for several days to rehearse, practice, and then to create this video, which explains the ritual that can be seen in the exhibition. So this was a way we could support creation during the lockdown, not only for future exhibitions, but to enable artistic creation to take place during the period. So this required our teams to become film directors. It's not our backgrounds, but we became experts in some of the logistic aspects around filmmaking and some of the issues about image rights. And I want to take the opportunity to thank my teams for being so responsive and flexible. We also work with artists through creating publications, and that will enable their work to be better known. So there was a work by Punière and Raffini in this space at Picasso Chapel, and we made a publication of it. In our museums, there are not just exhibitions. We have other forms of artistic creation through our programs. I want to show you of a long-standing partnership that we have with the Monte Carlo Ballet. We do a lot of work with dance performances, which going along with some of the works of our collections. This show, Exit Paradise, was based on this idea of Adam and Eve being kicked out of the Garden of Eden. It was inspired by Chagall's works. So we had this performance during the first lockdown. It had been planned for the event in France called La Nuit des Musées. We had a performance that was planned with a composer and a dancer. We realized that it would be difficult to perform this at the Nuit des Musées event. So instead, we encouraged them to film the performance, and this was shown live. It wasn't a live show, but it was projected at the Nuit des Musées, and then it was followed up with a chat session with the performers, because we enjoy allowing visitors to have an interaction with the artists when we have events like this. Finally, we gradually realized that it was fairly difficult to produce high quality audiovisual products in-house. So we decided to work on aspects related to sound production. I don't want to talk in great detail. You can have a look on our website to find out some of the things we've done with sound. But we said that it might be easier to start an innovative mediation approach. We called it a mixtape, a remix of Fernand Léger's work. We worked with a journalist and a DJ and music producer. They have offered a visit, a guided tour through the exhibition with contemporary music, which gives a kind of an impressionist portrait of the work, where you have the sense of getting to know a little bit about the personality of Fernand Léger. The interesting thing about this type of approach is that this type of work can be disseminated in different ways. We used a QR code for people to access this, and that could enable people to access it without even visiting the museum. I think I've finished now, but I wanted to just talk once more about an initiative to support artists. One of the artists, Helen Jinka, is here. It's a program that isn't directly relevant to museums, but museums can participate. It's a thing called Mon Artiste et Moi. It's a pairing up of an organization and an artist as a sponsor organization, which helps the artist with a minimum contribution of €100. And then there's a dialogue that is put in place that will enable the artist to develop new aspects. I know an artist who didn't know a lot about social networks, but she found a sponsor who was an expert in social media and was able to do a lot of work. My colleague Frederic Berlindon in GAP joined the program just as an individual, but then offered the artist that she had sponsored opportunities in other areas. I think it's a really interesting program, so I wanted to mention that to you. Thank you very much, Anne. Without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Marie because time is getting on. I want to hand over to you now. Thank you. I'll try and go quite quickly. We're here in the National Museum of Sport, so I do want to highlight the social and societal role of museums, in particular of museums of society, particularly in the sporting life of our country. We have a role in terms of connecting in with events that are happening. We are particularly involved in the Legacy Programme initiated by the French president in the context of the Paris 2024 programme for the Olympics. I want to show you a project that's underway, a couple of projects actually. The first one is a physical and cultural trail, a cultural rally that will take place through Paris. It will be a participatory rally involving different cultural institutions, museums, libraries, archives, and so on. We'll focus on Baron Coubertin, the father of the modern Olympics. He wanted there to be Olympic Games, but he wanted there to be similarly a cultural Olympiad. He wanted to see sport and arts working together with similar kinds of rewards. So we are trying to imagine a trail, both a sporting and a cultural trail through the capital. COVID highlighted the importance of visual technologies and multimedia technologies. So there will obviously be an app, a smartphone app that ties in with this. The idea will be to highlight different programs and operations that are going on in the cultural institutions, but it will also highlight cultural heritage of the capital. So we want to create a legacy. The operation might be, there might be events, pop-up events around the sports event, or a lecture cycle, if you like. Each institution will be able to use this in its own way, but it will also help us to work on looking at the built heritage, there will also be an aspect in the south of France, in our region. The second aspect, which we're tying in with, is a national collection, not an inventory as such, that would be a bit too grand a word, but a effort to highlight sporting heritage, either documentary heritage or items, objects, things that are in French museums, French art centres perhaps, and other organisations which might have sporting items that haven't been perhaps listed. A lot of our museums have games or items that are related to sports or sporting practices, particularly from the 19th century. So the interesting thing will be to highlight this heritage in the context of 2024, to use the Gallica application thanks to the help of the French National Library, and to work in a participatory manner, working together as a team between all of our different organizations. And that's why we used the name, we stole the title from the Association of Curators in the Paris region, who'd already brought out a publication on this theme. I hope I wasn't too long, and I've helped you to catch up on the timings there.
Thank you, Marie, for that presentation. So since we're a bit tight on time, I suggest that we take any questions from the room and also from Zoom, if there's any questions on the chat that we want to pick up. Any questions or observations? Linda. Thank you, Bertrand. I am Linda. I am a research professor at in the Côte d'Azur, and I work together with Bertrand's museum with our students, particularly on digital innovation, but also within festivals that are organized by our students. The festival Mars in the Museum, or March in the Museum, and we work on media objects. And what I've heard today is renewing my hope in museums. I wrote a book some time ago as part of my doctorate, and I was focused in on the museum's social awareness. But that's something people were aware of, but actually on the ground, it's something that wasn't really happening. I've got loads of questions and interrogations about what we've heard today. I just wonder whether through ICOM and a partnership with the university, we couldn't think about potential partnerships between museums and third places, because sometimes people talk about third places as a place for discussion, but actually it's quite complicated. Actually, museums and third places connect and complement each other really well. Museums are actually experiencing certain constraints that we don't really understand, and then third places are places where people are really claiming freedom and wanting to stand for freedom. So perhaps that's the first thought that I'd just like to share. And then the second thing, but unfortunately I've forgotten it. So no, sorry, it's coming back to me now. The question of sensitive issues. No, I've got too many things to say, but perhaps just one thing that's really inspired me today, especially in what we heard from the museum from Pont-Aven. At Pont-Aven, aren't they designing an eco-museum approach to French fine art museums? Well, I imagine that Sophie would want to respond to this as well. I guess I would just say that there is a pragmatic aspect in terms of what we are doing, and we perhaps don't yet have enough perspective. But what's clear is that we wanted to make the museum more accessible, more open, with that hope of reaching new visitors, because it's the same battle everywhere. We generally have the same visitors that come back, and we have some very loyal visitors. I'm thinking about the Friends of Pont-Aven Museum Association, which has about 800 members. Each of them will be purchasing our publication. Each of them will be making an extra contribution when they become members. So it's very hard to imagine the future of the museum without those friends. But we don't just want to work off the basis of that support committee and sit on our laurels. What we want to do is go further, and perhaps Sophie might have more to say, is that one of the focuses of the Museum of Pont-Aven is to create a kind of committee of young friends of museums, because in a number of places, like in a number of places, it's the same in Pont-Aven. We had a particular average age which was quite high, and we wanted to reach young people. And this is something that needs to be really supported by the agglomeration committee. I think at Pont-Aven we are very open to developing collaboration. Sophie works closely with the university. One of the issues that we had, we managed to work well with the university in the south of Brittany, with Quimper as well, but distance made it difficult to work with the university in Rennes, because it was 2 hours away by car, and it's difficult to develop research subjects when we're separated by this kind of distance. But perhaps what we've experienced and what we've learned and got used to of this ability to use video conference tools, maybe that will make a difference. And if we can attract the interest of university professors, we are even in small towns with small museums. Sophie, maybe you want to add something. Perhaps one of the things I would just want to add is that yes, we like the idea of inventing the eco-museums of fine art museums in France. So yes, another question. Please do say your name and be as concise as you possibly can be. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Agnès Parent. I am the president of INSTI, the Network of Scientific and Culture Institutions, and I'm also have a role linking to visitors of cultural and scientific institutions. Thank you for everything you've said, which reflects an interest in participatory approaches. I just had a question from Mr. Ndai on what he said about the involvement of associations and local residents in their exhibitions. I think this raises the question of the integration of different communities. We can, and in their involvement in the subjects and the narratives that we present. Where is the limit between discussing a subject that is being presented in an exhibition and building together a narrative? Which is here the question of how we work with our stakeholders and then how we present the scientific narratives that museums have a responsibility to do. Well, perhaps I can say something about that. Thank you for your question. The limit, the boundary is set by the different roles of the different parties. So with an exhibition that we're preparing on Asian migrants that's going to be held in 2 years, we have a scientific committee with representatives from universities in different countries all around the world, and we consult with them to think about the scope of the exhibition. But we're also discussing with associations of Asian people in the Paris region and beyond. So Chinese associations or associations of people from China or from Southeast Asia. And what we've noticed is that these people are very respectful of the work done by our scientists, the work that we're doing in museums, which is not, there's no real difficulty in our discussions with them at the moment. There's a very open dialogue. They're making donations towards the exhibition. As far as I can see, for the moment at least, there's no particular difficulty here. And we're already seeing a really helpful contribution that's perhaps going to take us in directions that we hadn't identified and will help us to avoid mistakes in terms of the way we design the exhibition, particularly in terms of people's different sensitivities. For the moment, I just see it as a very positive thing, the way that things are being organized. And I think there's everything to gain from connecting with our visitors without necessarily handing over the exhibition to them. We have professional expertise, which we're not going to put aside, but I think it's very helpful and very fruitful to develop this kind of collaboration. I don't really see any tensions here. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're going to have to bring this discussion to an end. It's really been very interesting. And so it's Laure Pressac who's going to just round off, really, for us. Thank you.
Je vais essayer de bien conclure, mais déjà je vais me lever parce que je vais essayer de ne pas me casser le dos dans un musée.
I'm going to stand up because I don't want to be too uncomfortable because you're going to see the images up here behind me. So I just wanted to come back to what we said at the beginning. I love this picture here that was taken in Dijon in the Fine Arts Museum You can see the same image from Strasbourg or other places with people giving blood. And museums here become a place for sharing. This is what today is all about, playing together, being teams. There were 100 donors that day to increase blood stocks, which was really important. So they defined what a team is, a group of people gathered together for a common project. They put an emphasis on this collective process, and that we can see from any sports team. I'm afraid I just couldn't resist it because I'm a handball player and I wanted to show that the women's handball team won in Tokyo the gold medal. In handball, no player in their team, no player is the best at their particular position, but together they work together to win the gold medal. And sport is all about overcoming challenges and difficulties. That's what you've experienced for the last 2 years, overcoming fear and challenges. And in this way, we are being strengthened by the evil and the challenges to make us stronger later on. It's a bit like a kind of vaccine. Culture is a combat sport. It has been over the last 2 years and it will continue to be so. When you do sport, you need a team, you need players, but you also need supporters. So we haven't talked a lot about the team today, but in handball, the goalkeeper is the last defense and the first attacker. And those people who have been those who've protected us are our guard staff. It was one of those who showed me this mouse in our museum, who talked about the fact that, and I showed this to the director of the museum, and she said that for her, museums are a home, and the whole team is important. This role of all of our staff is really key. We talked about podcasts earlier, but we just here we have reception staff who presented their favorite works and were presented by museums. You also have these panels that are presented in this museum. There are people who are involved in digital technology, translation, managing the whole project, the scientific committee. Everyone's involved here, even those who are like me, suppliers or providers who are as proud as you are of producing a museum product. So this is a project that we're still working on now. We're working with the city of Nice on a number of museums with a number of people from outside of the museum. And this is how we move things forward. We can also bring forward and present some members of staff. This is just a reference to a museum, an exhibition in our museum, and this is Yusra Mardini, who, because she knew how to swim, was able to save Syrians from drowning. And we've been presenting and developing ambassadors over these last 2 years and moving things forward. I've been thinking about a staff member in Saint-Chapelle who has been serving people, and we've been seeing key personalities develop during this period. Often, when we do sport, we have an adversary, and here you can see red and black, which are the local colors here. It's just by chance, but working as team, playing together, is about museums being connected into their local areas. So we have red and black. I thought I wouldn't put any other colors, that might not have gone very well, but I added in some green, and the green here is about Renaissance, is 47 events with public and private associations working together in the Marais district of Paris from the 3rd to the 5th of September. And then there's also the Hill of Arts, which goes from the National Museum in Paris all through a whole range of museums in the center of Paris. And we were able to create connections in this way. I said earlier that there are players, there's the adversary. We don't normally have an adversary, but usually collaborations that take place, and then there are supporters. The first supporter is the state, and you've talked a lot about the state this morning. And then there are partners. A number of them have been mentioned this afternoon, various foundations that have been mentioned, and we see that there are other skills in related sectors, people working on sound and image who can work alongside us, and then patrons as well. I don't know if you saw on the poster for Pont Aven, there are 12 logos along the bottom with this media entities, there are cultural institutions. And here is the entrance to the Accademia in Venice. These different logos represent those who've supported the exhibition. And then our biggest supporters, of course, are the general public, the different visitors, and then those even who don't yet come to the museums, but those are the people we want to get involved. I put 2 images up here, but we didn't really talk about it beforehand. I hope that's okay, because I thought the fact that the Palais des Beaux-Arts in Lille, the Fine Arts Museum, is redoing its website and is asking for opinions. And then there's also the National Monuments Center, which is looking for support and opinions. This is also a reference to Nice, where we're wanting to invade the pitch and get involved. We want people to get involved. You can see that in the descriptor place that we saw in these different museums before in Pont Aven and in Lille. Visitors are really getting very involved, and the barrier between supporters and players is coming down without creating conflict, but actually strengthening all parties. All of this is taking place in a crisis period, which has created more competition. Unfortunately, this is not the last crisis we're going to face, but we're going to experience other kinds of competition. We're going to face other issues about ourselves, about other people, and about society. Visitors leave us little messages, but like everybody, they've experienced a transformational year. I mentioned this earlier, but I put on the screen the museum prescription that's been given in Canada, and this has also been mentioned in Brussels. So we're looking for museums to help people with their mental well-being in order to win. I know that it's really important to be thinking about working together and helping everyone in society to move forward and succeed. The second element is others. I put an image here, which comes not from a museum, but a regional contemporary art fund manifesto, thinking of the Centre Val de Loire Regional Arts Fund as a laboratory of feminist democracy. Fundamentally feminist, unconditionally feminist, a democracy that helps us to evaluate ourselves every day on the fundamental question that is going to be asked, the liberty of women. This is displayed at the entrance to the regional art, contemporary art fund. And if institutions do not get involved in these combats, other people will get involved. I've just showed a number of subjects here. We've identified the same subjects today, so we're obviously talking about the right things. At the top on the right, there's the climate crisis. This is a tweet. We can and should be doing better. We need to be taking care of people and of our world and vice versa. And this is something that museums are being encouraged to do. The second aspect is the question of social equality. On the right, on the bottom, there's the Musée post where they're supporting SOS Mediterranean, and who are saving people in the Mediterranean migrating. And then there is also support for migrants from Afghanistan that Musée is encouraging, and this is something that museums really need to get involved with. And then there is the risk of disqualification. This is great, museums are going to take a stand, but we need to, if you look on the left here, this is an Instagram account called Change the Museum, which collects testimonials from staff in museums, which highlights the dissonance between the external presentation of museums and the way that museums teams are actually handled. So I wanted to just finish off with this image. In terms of the copyright, it's Pelle Cass who's produced this wonderful image of a water polo match going on. We are on a new sports field. Everything's moving really too quickly. This is the post-digital age. Welcome to the post-digital age, to the post-pandemic age. There are new rules and it's faster than ever before. As I was saying before, these athletes float, but they don't sink. That's what a good team does. We're seeing a whole succession of different movements going on. We're depending on cultural institutions, both from the private and public sector. And at the moment, as you can see, there's that sense of being attacked from all directions, and that's how we feel in the pandemic. I'm going to finish with a quote from Émile Jacquet. In 1999, she said, "Giving, receiving, and sharing, these are key sports virtues that are of all fashions and all periods. This is what sport is all about." Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Just to conclude, I want to pass on a slightly more housekeeping-related message, which the director of the museum wanted to pass us on. We've been asked to be as timely as possible in your arrival to the Messina Museum. So, yes, that's the information. 7:30 at the Messina Museum. Please don't miss this really fun and friendly event. We're going to have a little bit of a break now. And for those who are ICOM members, we're going to come back here for the AGM of our association, probably in about half an hour's time. It will be an AGM with votes to approve the reports, the budget. It's a moment that's important for us. So don't try and get out of it. Not too many of you in any case, because we need a certain number of you here. And then we'll head off together to Messina Museum, if that's okay.